Okay, let's do that again, just so that I'm kind of echoey, but that's okay. Again, good morning. My name is Virginia Medueno, Chair of the Delta Stewardship Council, and I'd like to welcome you to the Delta Stewardship Council today, Thursday, November 17th. If you will join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Beck, will you do roll call for us?
Absolutely. I'll go in order here. Councilmember Lee.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Chairman Dueña.
Here.
Councilmember Zangale. I believe just to note, he's waiting for us in closed session. Councilmember Damrell. Here. And Councilmember Natoli. Not yet with us.
I do believe I got a note that he might be a few minutes late, so
Okay.
hopefully we'll catch him in just a little bit. Okay, it is now 9:02 and we will be going into closed session, litigation water code section 85210.5, and we expect to return approximately 10 a.m. So thank you. Let us get our seats. Yes, we're going to start. I'm just waiting for a finger, a thumb. I want a thumb, though. I am getting the thumb. Welcome back to the Delta Stewardship Council meeting. I'd like to reconvene open session and report out that we have nothing to report out of closed session. However, our executive officer will be giving a update on some of the discussion out of closed session in her executive officer report. We'd like to reestablish a quorum. And Beck, I will defer back to you.
Councilmember Damrell. Councilmember Damrell. Councilmember Lee.
Here.
Councilmember Natoli. Here. Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Zangale. Oh, he's going to join us at 11. And Chairman Dueña.
Here. At this time, if any member of the public is interested in providing public comment on any agenda item during today's meeting, please turn in or send an email blue card to the clerk at engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov as seen on the screen. Be sure to note your name and the agenda item that you wish to speak on. When called, either approach the podium or the clerk will unmute you. We will now move on to the consent calendar. And is there an approval, or I'm sorry, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Move to approve.
Was that you, Kim? Oh, Christy, okay. Is there a second? It's been moved by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember Lee. Are there any public comments on the items on the consent calendar?
No, Madam Chair, there are not.
Members, is there any need for any discussion or, yes, further discussion on the consent calendar? Seeing none, we will now do roll call on the vote. Councilmember Damrell.
Damrell, yeah, aye.
Councilmember Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Natoli.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Aye.
I see that Councilmember Zangale will be out until 11, and myself, Medueno, aye. We will now move on to item number 7, which is the chair's report. Not as busy as the last one, because I guess we've only been out for 3 weeks. So we cheated a little bit. A couple of key takeaways. I want to publicly thank our executive officer, Jessica Pearson, and to our scientist, Rachel, let me see, Klopfenstein. Sorry, Rachel, who both joined me to make a presentation to the Modesto Downtown Rotary. Between the people that were actually there in the audience and those participating virtually, I got a count of 135 attendees. I'm going to say, without exception, the presentation was exceptional, not because I was part of it, but because we have two stellar staff members who did an incredible job of highlighting, again, our role, our responsibilities. And again, we were incredibly well received by the Modesto community. Lots of questions, lots of engagement. And again, want to highlight and thank our two staff members for joining me. I'd like to do more of those. I think that those are critically important, and to the extent that we can, we should be doing more of those throughout the state of California. So again, thank you, Jessica and Rachel. Also had an opportunity to have a virtual meeting with Senator Eggman, who I've known for quite some time. And again, just have an opportunity to introduce myself as the newest chair for the Delta Stewardship Council. And so we had some good camaraderie. She expressed her enthusiasm and continued support in working with our agency. And again, I want to thank Brandon Chapin, who sets up all of these incredible meetings and just has been a delight to work with and just incredibly responsive. We also had a meeting, a virtual meeting with with Assemblymember Flora from my district. And I just want to say and acknowledge that the Delta issues are not Republican issues. They're not Democratic issues. They're California issues. And so to see the enthusiasm from both Eggman, Flora, and the others that we've met with so far has been just a complete and utter pleasure to be able to sit in on these meetings. So again, Brandon, thank you for all of your due diligence and help with those. And I'd like to ask if we have any council member updates, and we'll start with Council Member Damrell. Do you have any updates for us? Okay. Councilmember Natoli.
No, this time, Madam Chair.
Councilmember Lee. Okay. Councilmember Smith.
No, thank you. I just wanted to remind you that we also met with the Region 9 administrator from US EPA, Martha Guzman.
Oh,
had a
yes.
productive discussion.
We went and had some breakfast this morning there at Fox and Goose, where we met with Region 9 EPA Director Martha Guzman Aceves. I've known Martha for, gosh, I don't know, maybe 10, 11 years. And throughout her career, I have only acknowledged and recognized Martha as a public servant in the true form of public servitude. And so Martha has not only expressed interest and just an incredible, insatiable desire to work with the Delta Stewardship Council and with our staff, but wants to continue to have constant communication at the federal level to see how we can collaborate and continue to be more strategic. So I want to thank Jessica Pearson and our staff for setting that up. Great to reconnect with Martha, and it's great to see that she's going to be at our, again, just a call away or a visit away. To be able to have her in our court is going to be tremendous. So thanks to that. And Beck, is there any public comment?
No, Madam Chair, there's not.
Okay. We will now move on to public comment. This item is for the public to comment on any topic not on the council's agenda, and any comments on items on the agenda will be taken during that time. Beck, is there any public comment?
There is. Today we have Dominic Gooley, and I'll be coming around with a handout.
Okay, great. Welcome, Dominic. Thank you.
There you go. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Dominic Gooley. I'm a civil engineer and land surveyor in Stockton. I'm a trustee on Reclamation District 16, 14, as well as various reclamation districts in the Delta. I give you a picture there of the Smith Canal Gate that's being built adjacent to the Stockton Golf and Country Club. That's the country club over there on the left. And that's the Reclamation District 1614 levee right there. This project was approved as being consistent with the Delta Plan years ago. The concern I have with this project and the condition that it's in, as you see there, is it's not finished. And the gate in the middle there has a cofferdam around it that keeps the water from flowing through the opening that's supposed to be the gate. Now, the Smith Canal, what you see up there on the top right-hand corner, receives discharge from a large majority of Stockton of the drainage, of interior drainage. It's very large pumps that discharge a lot of storm water into that canal. And the concern now is that when it rains and that canal gets higher, all the water is going to flow out against this gate and over, and instead of going through where the gate's supposed to be, it's going to go up against the country club. So Reclamation District is concerned, and we feel that those sheet piles should be pulled and the gate open so that the water can flow through there. So it doesn't flow up against the levee there at the 8th hole at the Stockton Golf and Country Club. So we're attempting to work with the agency that's doing it, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention because you guys approved it as being consistent with the Delta Plan, yet in my professional opinion, causes more flooding than it actually prevents because of all the stormwater discharges that discharge into the canal there. So if there's anything you guys can do to help us to get that gate open for the winter so that the water will flow out through the gate rather than up against our levee on the Stockton Golf and Country Club. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
We do, yes. Councilmember Natoli?
Yeah, thank you, Dominic. Again, obviously, project approval required approval at other levels, but I guess I'm curious. So in the construction plan and in the environmental document, it didn't take into account that it was going to be more than one season for construction, or did it assume it was going to be all done during a,
2 years was what it's supposed to take. It's now going to take at least 4. So good question.
Yeah, I guess.
And it was not, it was at the end of this season, the gate was supposed to be open. They were not supposed to start on the, what they call the north wall there. That north wall, the little piece that you say constricts it quite a bit more. But last year, these gates that over here, these sheet piles on the right-hand side were not in, so the water could flow out through there.
Okay, so
so they didn't account for this situation coming up. And as far as agencies reviewing it, there were, but
So who is the oversight agency for the construction though? Because
the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency.
So JAFCA is the responsible entity.
Yeah, so that's who you would call to say, could you please pull those sheet piles?
Yeah, I don't know
out?
that it's the council's role to do that. I
No, I
understand.
know,
I understand,
but you
but
guys
I
have
just was curious because again, it looks to me that if you have a multi-year project, you make provisions for the wet periods, assuming they come. I mean, and we've had some rain thus far, which is a good thing, but I understand your concern if you're taking stormwater collection upstream and then it has to flow out and it's if it's obstructed, then the potential for
Yeah, a very
things to
intelligent
happen.
comment.
Okay, that's all I have. Thanks, Dominic.
Any other questions? Dominic, thank you so much for bringing this to our attention.
Thank you for
Appreciate
listening.
the visuals as well. Thank you. Beck, is there any other public comment?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. We will now move on to item 9, our executive officers report. And for that, we have Jessica Pearson.
Thank you. Good morning on this chilly fall day in Sacramento. I'm going to start off with what I consider exciting news, and this is relevant to our closed session this morning. For the second time since the council's establishment in 2010, its regulatory authority and the legality of the Delta Plan have been upheld in court. On November 4th, the Superior Court of California ruled in favor of the council regarding challenges to 2 2018 amendments to the Delta Plan and its corresponding CEQA documents. These were amendments on performance measures and also to our Chapter 3 of the Delta Plan dealing with recommendations for conveyance, storage, and the operations of both. This decision reaffirms the broad authority given to the council by the legislature for achieving the goals and objectives of the Delta Reform Act And I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to all of the council staff, lead scientists, council members, and Delta ISB members, past and present, who have all contributed to this effort, to the amendments and to their defense. It really was a team effort, and for those who are interested in learning more, there is a press release on our website from earlier this week, and the decision is also available through the Sacramento Superior Court. There are 2 active covered action certification submittals right now before the council, both from the Central Valley Flood Protection Board and tied to the overarching American River Watershed Common Features Project. First, a certification was submitted for the Sacramento River Erosion Contract 2 project. The project seeks to restore the Sacramento River's east levee's structural integrity to prevent bank erosion and reduce impacts to habitat. The second certification is for the Sacramento River East Levee Contract 4 project, just south of here. This project seeks to make levee improvements to almost 13,000 cumulative feet of levee through raises, flood walls, and cutoff walls. Both of these projects' public review periods close on November 30th, and you can review the certifications on our website. The council sent 1 comment letter since our last meeting to the Department of Water Resources regarding the draft of their 2022 solicitation package for multi-benefit projects. There will be up to $37 million from Prop 84 and Prop 1 made available from this funding package to fund multi-benefit projects which promote levee improvements, habitat enhancement, emergency response, seismic resiliency, or export water supply reliability. Eligible projects must provide net long-term habitat improvement, including a net benefit for Delta aquatic species. Islands and tracts eligible for funding are limited to those that are subsided enough to threaten water supplies if their levees failed. The letter includes staff comments on the solicitation package and encourages the department to engage with council staff as the package is finalized. I am also excited to share that we are lucky enough again this year to have an executive fellow placed with us from the Capital Fellows Program. Viet Long Nguyen, who's in the audience today, is an aspiring public policy analyst who received his BA degree from UC Davis in International Relations and Economics. He comes to us with some water experience, having recently been a student intern with the Office of Governmental Relations with Valley Water. During his fellowship, Viet Long will be mentored by Amanda Bowl and Brandon Chapin. He'll be assisting with our external affairs efforts through DPIC and outreach to the legislature. So I may be biased, but this is a really great program. And it's very competitive for executive branch agencies, particularly those as small as ours, to receive a fellow. So I'm excited for the mutual benefit that's going to come with this pairing. And so please join me in welcoming Viet Long. Yeah, that's right. Yes. So the outreach highlights report and active projects lists, as always, are available in your packets. They're also available online for the public. If there are any questions ever about those, please let me know. No legislative update this month with the legislature out of session, but we do have an update for you on our Delta Adapts climate adaptation work. So I'm going to invite up to the table Harriet Ross. Harriet is our, just recently received a promotion to the title of Assistant Executive Officer for Planning and Climate. She's going to provide an update on the conversations that staff are having with the public and our steering committee groups to help us develop the next steps in our climate adaptation work. Harriet, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Madueño, members of the council.
Good morning, Harriet.
Good morning. Oh, thank you. Okay, so today I'm going to give you an update on Delta Adapts. As you all know, Delta Adapts is the council's climate change study, and it consists of 2 phases. If we can go on to the next slide, please. The vulnerability assessment and adaptation strategy. The vulnerability assessment was finalized in June 2021. And it identified the people and resources most vulnerable to projected climate hazards in the Delta and Sassoon Marsh. And we've been working on an adaptation strategy over the last year, and this strategy will really identify ways the Delta can respond to those climate vulnerabilities. And on the next slide here, we started off the phase of Delta Adapts with an extensive engagement process. We formed 4 technical focus groups, really focusing on where the council has authority, and that's with flooding, ecosystems, agriculture, and water supply reliability. And we engage these groups to really help us think through adaptation. We've met with each of these groups at least 2 times, asked these groups what they value, what climate impacts they're most concerned with, and what do they want to see as an outcome of adaptation. Also, if you remember, we have an EJ expert group that was formed to advise the council on environmental justice issues for our environmental justice issue paper. So this group meets monthly, and we were able to bring Delta Adapts items specifically a few times over the last year, and we're asking this group to provide us input on equity issues related to Delta Adapts. And then also at a previous council meeting earlier in the year, we received feedback that we really needed to make a more concerted effort to reach out to the growers and the landowners of the Delta. We were not as successful to get them to participate in our focus groups. So this summer, I'm happy to report that we were able to reach a number of folks. We did go out to a number of existing meetings and presented to over 35 Delta growers at water agency and reclamation district meetings. And we were also able to present to over 100 Sassoon Marsh landowners. And we asked these groups a series of questions similar to the ones we asked the focus group. So now I'm going to share the key takeaways from these meetings that we've had over the last year, and starting with flooding. So the key takeaways we heard is that the Delta is a system. All the levees are connected, and the levees are the backbone of the Delta. Water quality, ecosystem function, agriculture, and legacy communities all are dependent on those levees. Also, developing levee projects that meet multi-benefit objectives will be critical for adaptation to climate change and the Delta stressors that are expected. And they also wanted us to consider upstream flood management and water supply when managing habitats in the Delta. For ecosystem, mostly the main climate change concerns we heard included sea level rise, intrusion, sea level rise and the ability of, salinity intrusion and sea level rise and the ability of the habitats to keep up with these changing water levels, temperature increases, more hydrologic variability, and invasive species. The ecosystem group really encouraged us to take a whole system approach for adaptation and really coming up with a comprehensive vision for the Delta for ecosystem restoration. And that really includes multi-benefit projects and nature-based solutions. And they really wanted us to prioritize habitats that contain high ecological functions to reduce flood risk specifically. They also wanted our process to really recognize and really for us to think through those potential barriers to restoration so that we can understand better how to make sure that these restoration projects are feasible for implementation in the future. And lastly, they wanted the Delta Adapts process to also address challenges in permitting, fiscal mechanisms to implement adaptation, and alignment with the targets set forth in the Delta Plan itself. For water supply, the key takeaways are there's really no, quote, silver bullet to adapt to climate change, and that it's really going to take a suite of actions to build resilience for water supply reliability. Focus group members were primarily concerned about climate change impacts that could reduce reservoir storage, water supplies, increase demands on groundwater usage, increase the need for water transfers, and potentially reduce water supply to address water quality or salinity in the Delta. There was general support of a number of draft water supply adaptation strategy topics really related to increasing storage and supply, and that's mostly through groundwater storage, modified operations, which could include updating of reservoir operations themselves, increasing self-reliance and conservation, and modifying regulations, and the idea of potentially sharing the burden of climate change impacts on all water right holders. Now, for agriculture, the focus group really consists of what we're calling agricultural technical advisors, which are the liaison to the farmers themselves. And what they really emphasize the importance of agriculture in the Delta for its role in the regional economy and culture. And they really want adaptation to help agriculture evolve and be resilient with climate change. The growers or the farmers we talk to are observing changes on the ground already due to climate change. And while the biggest impacts do vary by the subregions of the Delta, generally they include drought, which impacts water quality and causes salinity concerns. Sea level rise itself causing rising water tables, making it harder to keep the islands dry. Temperature changes, which also contributes to decreasing fog. But despite these impacts, they're often challenged by more immediate and short-term demands due to labor challenges, market changes, or other management decisions growers have to make every day. So as a result, they ask that climate strategies really need to consider the factors influencing growers' farm management and crop choice decisions. So the agricultural technical advisors also suggested potential strategies that could benefit ecosystem and flood protection for those agricultural lands. And these can include rewetting of subsided lands for subsidence reversal, creation of multi-benefit land use mosaics, basically a collection of different types of uses that can include rice, managed wetlands, upland habitat crops, and wild-friendly agriculture. And that the growers are already adapting to climate change. Actions include water conservation measures, considering crops that may be better adapted to the changing conditions, and some are interested in rice farming. And the priorities for climate action from the growers generally center around ensuring the levee investments are maintained and water quality in the Delta remains fresh for irrigation. Now, for equity, as I mentioned, we did engage the environmental justice expert group. And what we heard from them clearly is that we need to prioritize vulnerable communities and adaptation by increasing the outreach and education to partner with these community-based organizations to conduct these education campaigns to build awareness so that the vulnerable communities and the general public can understand what we're dealing with and how they can engage in our process. Also, we heard that the adaptation strategy should promote funding that is distributed to communities that will experience the greatest impacts of climate change itself. Also, as part of the EJ issue paper, we did interview 22 community members, and we received input from 14 of those 22 interviewees that indicated climate change was a key environmental justice area of concern. And those concerns were really centered around exposure to climate threats by the unhoused, low-income communities, and renters who are likely to have access to air conditioning, for example, air filters, and to deal with extreme heat, and then the agricultural workers themselves for being exposed to the elements. And suggested solutions to climate justice really includes more funding for climate resilience, communicating climate risks more clearly to community members, and eliminating carbon emissions and investing in renewable energy sources. So we heard a lot from our Delta interests, some of it contradicting, but there were definitely some common themes. Water quality is the biggest concern across all technical topics. And most participants want it maintained. And that adaptation solutions should really be multi-beneficial, cross-cutting, and include nature-based solutions, all grounded in equity. And that vulnerable communities should absolutely be prioritized in adaptation, action, and for funding. So next steps. We're taking all of this input currently that we've received and really to incorporate, and we're currently incorporating it into ideas for adaptation. Some of this input we're hearing are helping us to form landscape-wide adaptation scenarios or different ways the Delta can adapt to climate change. And some of the input we're receiving will help us form actual actions and strategies that will show up in the adaptation plan itself. So our next step is to bring those 3 adaptation scenarios or different ways to respond to those climate vulnerabilities that we've identified to the council early next year for consideration. And then we'll talk about the trade-offs of implementation in each of those scenarios, as well as the cost of adaptation. And the draft adaptation strategy will hopefully be ready for review next summer and hopefully finalized sometime after that. So that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Harriet, thank you for that presentation. Are there any questions? Councilmember Natoli.
Yeah, not so much a question. Yes, I wanted to thank Harriet. Certainly, I know we had a briefing, and I certainly appreciate the outreach, and I think that's helped better inform, the work, both current but ongoing. I just wanted to offer a thought. I know that as a member of the Delta Conservancy, we just had a special meeting actually yesterday to go to the next round of the drought relief projects that are looking at one, obviously in current time, and it's an annual approach, but second year of it for cropping patterns, for irrigation changes that would help with water savings. But some of the things you've alluded to here in the report, converting to other crops, rice to assist both with subsidence, but more wildlife or bird friendly. And so there's a lot of elements, and I know that this year it's I think 30,000, nearly 30,000 acres that will be impacted with tens of thousands of projected acre feet of water to be saved. I just thought it might be helpful because some of that work's ongoing, and I know that DSC staff, I'm sure Harry, you and others are in contact with Campbell Ingram and staff that's working on those specific applications, but there was a lot of vetting, and I think there's a lot of commonality. I guess that's the point I wanted to point out, and it may help advance because farmers have tuned in, they've made applications, proposals, they all didn't get funded. Again, it's good for 1 year. Some of the things are more permanent, and I guess I just would suggest that that might be helpful because the outreach that you did with farmers, like the farmers are responding to the drought, but also to opportunities where they can have offsets, economic offsets for practices that will save water, help deal with subsidence, will benefit the environment, certainly still allow for agricultural production in a way that meets the farmers' business expectations. And so I guess I just wanted to offer that as a thought because it seems to me we're at a juncture where, again, the state, through the state's graces, $10 million was made available for this upcoming year, and there's some 60 plus farmers throughout the Delta, all within the and Suisun Marsh that are participating, and so there's a good matrix, and it might be something that as you go forward to not just coordinate with, but I think it's it may be an entree to some of the things more long term that you're working on with the adaptations that still merge well with the adaptation policies and direction from this council. But I think the work that the Conservancy is doing, and again funded through the state, but there's good participation. Not all the applications were funded just because there was only about $10.8 million that was available. But again, I know you're aware of that, but I wanted to point that out because it seems that's a good merge point, Madam Chair, that and the Conservancy works with the council, and I think there may be once people have converted or taken advantage of those programs, obviously there's economic incentive, but there are some other incentives built in that really do, I think, tie in very well with the strategies that are outlined in your work, certainly with that realm. It affects water supply, affects agriculture and the environment. So a lot of common themes there. So I just wanted to point that out.
Great points. Thank you, Councilmember Natoli. Other questions of Harriet? Well, Harriet, I don't know that I have a question. Maybe I do. But I want to, number one, acknowledge and congratulate you because I think that this is truly, this is the roadmap for the future. And you are sitting at the helm of this incredible work, these strategies that are going to be presented. And actually, last night, I was having a conversation with some new friends, and this actually came up. This really becomes, if you will, the future of how we will continue to do our work. I mean, this is incredible work. And if you recall on our tour with Met, this was of incredible importance for them as well. So you gave a briefing to the Department of Water Resources not too long. When I see that people are really starting to pay attention to the work that's being done around this, it really tells me that this is going to become a focal point for our work as a council. And again, setting the direction for the future of all things Delta, given climate change and given the extreme circumstances that are being faced. So again, I guess more than anything, I just want to thank you and congratulate you and let you know that we will continue to support, again, this work. I think that the community engagement piece is obviously incredibly important. I'm really happy to hear that, you didn't feel that you had reached the growers and the landowners enough. And so you guys went back out, and to see that you met with 35 Delta growers, incredible, 100 Sassoon Marsh landowners, incredible. But here is my question. For the EJ expert group, can you remind me which tribal groups we have part of the EJ expert groups?
If I remember correctly, it's not a specific tribal group, but an organization that represents tribal interests. And I just, the name escapes me at this point, but I can certainly get you that information.
No, I
Yeah.
guess I just wanted people to understand. I was in a session with Secretary Crowfoot earlier this week, and it was all about, again, nature-based solutions and the tribal involvement, if you will. And so I think that it's important for us to, again, continue to remind the community that we are absolutely working in the best interest, again, of ensuring that the tribal communities are being well represented, that we are consulting with them. And it sounds like, or it looks like Brandon has just shared a note with you.
Yes, definitely. It's the California Indian Environmental Alliance is who we're working with. And I should also mention, I failed to mention that we are working with tribal interests in the Delta itself. We've met specifically with the Buena Vista tribe, and we're also trying to engage others, trying to get others involved in our project. So there is a tribal element to our outreach as well.
Wonderful. Thank you. And it's, again, I so absolutely think that the priority for vulnerable communities is absolutely essential. And so, again, I just think it's wonderful, and looking forward to continued collaboration and working with your EJ expert group, because I learn something every time I get on those meetings. So again, thank you. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Councilmember Natoli?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just on my previous point, and appreciate the points you just raised as well. I think you have a pool of folks, like I said, I maybe didn't say it clear enough, a pool of folks who have relationship now with the Conservancy through the participation in our program. It maybe I trust overlap with some of the folks that you outreach to, but I think there's a real opportunity to maybe build off of that, because there will be some ongoing follow-up with those folks. Obviously, there are metrics in place to measure the outcomes as far as water savings as it pertains to drought relief. But I wanted to offer that because, again, be able to reach 35 plus folks, but and it's a pretty good spread. If you take a look at the map, I say it covers all 5 of the Delta counties and including Susan Marsh. So we just would offer that, as that may give you another entree as you continue to do your work and maybe some early implementation along with your efforts to bring all the various other aspects into the equation.
Absolutely.
Excellent point. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just it would be remiss not to mention that obviously, here I am, the face of Delta DAPS, and I really appreciate the opportunity to lead this effort. But I also wanted to thank the staff. Obviously it's not just me talking to all of these folks. We have an extensive team, a very well dedicated team that is working on Delta DAPS and doing all the outreach. So I wanted to thank them as well. The council staff at Planning and Science. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Harriet. No, absolutely. We definitely recognize that you are the face, but you have a mighty team working alongside you. So again, thank you for acknowledging that. Thank you.
Okay, Well, looking ahead to our agenda, we're going to move on to the lead scientist report. And then after that, we are going to hear from our Delta Science program on an overview of a draft ecosystem restoration progress report that talks about a baseline for ecosystem restoration work, what has been done, what's on the ground now, and what does the future look like. And then after a lunch break, approximately 12:30 or 1 o'clock, we're going to reconvene to conduct a public hearing on the rulemaking for RRP1 and the Delta Levy investment strategy. So I encourage people to tune in at 12:30 and check the screen so that you can get a more complete idea of what time the hearing will begin. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Beck, is there any public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have Dominic Gooley.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman. I hope you don't mind me making comments. I drive all the way up here to Sacramento.
Dominic,
listened
this
to these
is your
reports.
forum. Absolutely. This is what this is
I'm
for.
interested in all of these items, and I was glad to hear the young lady mention off-stream storage to adapt. I mean, the science predicts that it's going to be a rainy next century, and adapting is the thing to do. And because we all know that rain is a good thing, especially here in California. Luke Bryan says it best: rain makes corn, and corn makes whiskey, and whiskey makes my wife a little bit frisky. So rain's a good thing. And I speak a lot I go to a lot of meetings in San Joaquin County, and our supervisor, Chuck Wynn, always makes the statement that we really don't have a water problem. What we have is an infrastructure problem. And being an engineer, you look at the problem and you say, well, it's going to rain more, and we're going to get more rain. And being a Delta engineer for many years, I've been in flood fights since 1992. Our biggest enemy in the flood fight is the people that operate the reservoirs. Okay, they don't keep them low enough to keep the rain. They keep them high enough to keep the water for agriculture and whatnot. So when it starts raining, they release all the water at the same time. And if you look at where the Tuolumne River and the Stanislaus River converge with the San Joaquin River at these flood situations, it becomes a huge lake, or maybe closer to an ocean or something. And as an engineer, the solution to that is to be able to somehow capture that water somewhere. And I've presented to the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency a little concept that says, well, instead of diverting the water into the rivers, divert it over into an area out in the lower foothills there. I have property in in Copperopolis right now. I always drive out Highway 4. And between Farmington and Copperopolis, there's very little of anything except huge land with rolling hills, and you could store millions of acre feet in that area if you can just divert it away from the natural river. So I think it's important to focus on that, because everybody in San Joaquin County speaks about that, but it's not, and it's really not an infrastructure problem. It's a political problem, because it's just, you can't do it. And it has to, it's political, and it has to do with the lords of scarcity and why we have an abundance of water, yet nobody wants to address it. And it will solve the flooding problem. If you solve the flooding problem, all this levee investment strategy, if we never get high water, we're not going to have a problem. And all that water goes there. You can pump it into the ground. You can release it for fish when you want it. You can release it for everybody else. There's a lot of water there. So I think the best way to adapt is to capture that water and hold it. Droughts will go away. We won't have to change to different crops. We can keep growing what we're growing. So thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Beck, is there any other public comment?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. We will now move on to item 10, which is our lead scientist report. And Jessica, will you kick us off on that?
I am on the line, Virginia. Hello, council members. I'm going to keep my video off because I am homesick right now. Excuse me. But you will have this beautiful graphic prepared by Alicia Tate Pulliam to look at. So Spring run Chinook salmon are a threatened species notable for having been completely extirpated from the San Joaquin River due to dams that have prevented them from reaching their ancestral spawning grounds. Tributaries of the San Joaquin have been and are an ongoing focus of habitat restoration efforts, including in the recent voluntary agreements. The San Joaquin has also been the target of a recent high-profile spring run Chinook salmon reintroduction project. But the result of that project is that only about 5% of the juvenile salmon reintroduced to the San Joaquin survived their trip through the delta to the ocean. So much effort recently has been focused on characterizing why survival is so low. And I've spoken with you all before about studies focused on predation and habitat structure within the delta, for example. But many other studies have also focused on trying to understand survival as a function of flow. However, few studies have attempted to understand how survival might be a function of other aspects of habitat quality, such as water quality. And just for clarity here, water quality encompasses a range of factors, including turbidity, nutrients, contaminants, and even water temperature. The team of authors in the paper that I'm spotting today, led by House et al., tried to tackle this gap in understanding in a project that was funded through the 2018 PSN. They took advantage of recent advances in technology that have expanded the range of hypotheses that scientists can test regarding fish behavior and survival. The main advance is improved monitoring capabilities through acoustic telemetry. It used to be the case that when scientists needed to collect information about fish distribution and populations, the only way to do so was through going out in boats, putting nets in the water, and collecting the fish through labor-intensive and expensive sampling. Now, however, there are other options, particularly useful for tracking the fate of hatchery-raised salmon. These small acoustic tabs, and here I'm going to direct your attention to the upper right photo that shows a picture of a fish with a capsule in it. These small acoustic tabs can be injected into young fish. They emit a pinging, so a sound that travels through the water and can be picked up by acoustic receivers or listening stations, of which there is now a robust network through the Delta. So what this means is that we could get continuous information about where the tagged fish are, which enables us to infer when and where fish die as well. So the members of this research team took advantage of this data set to address competing hypotheses about what causes spatial differences in survival through the Delta, which is key to understanding whether differences in water quality strongly influence survival rates. So to address these hypotheses, they combined the survival data and information about water quality from sampling. They then attempted to create predictive models of survival that assign different survival rates to different parts of the Delta. And here, those different survival rates are represented in the set of figures by different colors. And they assigned these different survival rates through alternative sets of rules. So in the first model, which you see in the upper left, survival was assumed to be governed just by distance from the Golden Gate, or distance downstream. In the second, on the upper right, a different survival rate was assigned to each river increment between stations, which is what the figure is showing more or less. And in this model, it is assumed that there is no correlation between water quality or distance and survival, but rather survival varies spatially due to unknown or undescribed factors. In the third and fourth models on the bottom, different river reaches were grouped or clustered with other river reaches that have very similar water quality. And those river reaches were assigned the same probability, the same survival probability in the model. Between those two models, the way in which those clusters were designated was slightly different. On the bottom left, reaches in which water quality changes similarly over time were grouped together, whereas on the bottom right, reaches in which the time averaged water quality is similar were grouped together. So now in each of these four models, the value of survival assigned to each spatial cluster was determined by what would create the best fit to the data. And the quality of the model fit was then evaluated through a metric that estimates how generalizable the model might be based on both accuracy and the number of parameters that are being fit. So according to this statistical analysis, the model that emerged on the top was the one in which survival was explainable by how water quality varies in space on the bottom right. So in plain English, this means that different water quality in different parts of the delta is predictably associated with different rates of salmon survival. Now, the study did not get specifically at the relative importance of water quality compared to other potential drivers like flow, or even what specific aspects of water quality might be contributing to the different survival rates. However, the research team did look at which regions of the delta had the lowest survival and what aspects of water quality were shared among those locations. And what they found is that the upstream restoration region, actually within the tributaries, surprisingly had some of the lowest rates of survival, along with the main stem central delta. The one factor that was consistent across those two locations was water temperature, which was warmer than average in both locations. So while the water temperatures themselves were unlikely to have been lethal for the salmon smolt, warm water temperatures have been associated with more predation by non-native species in the delta and could influence the body size and swimming ability of the fish. Thus, this is yet another study that emphasizes the importance of understanding temperature in planning restoration efforts and anticipating the success of management actions such as fish reintroductions, or understanding why certain management actions were or were not successful. And I'm going to pause there and ask if there are any questions about this article before I move on.
Are there any questions of Dr. Larson?
I just have a clarification. This is Jessica. Thanks, Laurel. So unclear that it's the heat that's harming the salmon, but maybe more indirect, like they're getting a little warm and sleepy, and then they're more susceptible to prey. Is that right?
That could be the case because temperatures have been shown to impact swimming ability, so it might impact their ability to escape prey. We've also seen higher abundances of non-native invasive species in regions with warmer temperatures. But I will say that, this emphasis on temperature is one thing that was held in common between the two sites with the lowest rates of survival. But it is not definitive that it is temperature that's driving these differences in survival rates. It seems likely, but it's not definitive.
Yeah, Dr. Natoli.
Oh, Dr. Larson. Laurel, just real quickly, so kind of piggyback on what Jessica just referenced, and I guess I find it, a bit puzzling, and I know this isn't definitive in all respects, but so if I understand correctly, certainly mainstream Central Delta, obviously that corridor, but the upstream habitat restoration region, I mean, we see millions upon millions in dollars being invested, and obviously this board has heard on appeal, a couple of different projects over time, and if this information now obviously out in a report is saying that there are factors that are showing for, I guess, less than optimum outcomes for, in this case, the Chinook salmon. What is there some interface with the science with those folks that are bringing the projects forward? I mean, the whole ecosystem restoration approach, and the state and other parties are heavily involved in that. But if at least for this species is showing that in those areas where, again, the investments are multiple tens of millions of dollars and going to be over time because they have to all be managed and so forth. So I guess I'm curious, have you had any outreach to your team, or and maybe Jessica to help with this too? How is this going to kind of input into that? Because folks do their own environmental studies, they've identified properties, thousands of acres for restoration. And yet if there's this issue as relates to, at least in part, temperature, I mean, there needs to be some resolve around that. If not, I can see where the investment certainly is going to fall short. I would think of some of the expectations relative to species survival or renewal of species in the runs and so forth. So I guess I'm curious, Laura, it's a lot embedded in the question, but are people approaching you and your team or the Stewardship Council team and our independent science folks about this? Because again, and it's only one study, but I think
Mhm.
my takeaway is, as a layperson, I don't have a doctorate, but it's like, we people need to be aware of this, because you can, if you're going to fall away short, what else can be done either upstream or in that habitat restoration area or downstream? And, maybe there's a lot of factors that aren't within any, one party's control. I understand. So anyway, I just
Yeah.
be curious your thoughts on that, Laurel.
Yeah. So I would say your answer has many layers to it. So or your question
My
has many
question,
layers to it. And so does my answer
I
here.
get it. Okay.
So in the 2022 to 2026 Science Action Agenda, which was drafted after this particular study was funded, it was recognized through our extensive outreach to the management community that there is still this great need to understand how interacting stressors impact managed species, listed species like the spring run Chinook salmon. And one of the challenges with, I guess, drawing management related conclusions from a study like this is it does really, it looks at these 4 different hypotheses for what governs survival rate. But there are other things that are left out of this, like flow. And it could be the case that these different water quality clusters actually co-vary or vary in a similar way to variables that were not included in the study, such as flow. So there's really this need to understand how interacting factors drive these differences in survival rate to really know what we need to pinpoint in our management actions. And so I would say there is widespread recognition that more work needs to continue to really diagnose these surprisingly low survival rates in the upstream restoration region. And the second component to my answer here is that we are prioritizing within the science program really our ability to close the loop and bring this management relevant information back to the management community. And one of the ways that we're doing that right now is we're holding some listening sessions among the project teams that we fund through the PSN that study similar types of topics. We also regularly participate in synthesis activities that try to draw the big picture story out of lots of individual studies and provide that in a way that's highly communicable to managers. So it's a little bit of a hand wavy answer, but and I would say that all of the things that you mentioned are priorities for us in the science program.
I can add to that as well. So yeah, I would say that one of your fundamental questions, Councilmember Natoli, about what are we doing to make sure that the information gets in the right hands? I mean, that's almost the sole focus of the Delta Science program, right? Is to provide the best unbiased scientific information to decision makers. So in almost everything we're doing on that side, we've got the DPIC restoration subcommittee that's happening. We're fostering all sorts of conversations to make sure that interaction is going back. We're advising on projects, and we're requiring people to develop adaptive management plans. So if they learn more, they can make changes. And I think our entire ecosystem amendment was really based on the understanding that there's so much we don't know, but we do know some things about what helps these species. And so kind of a no regrets approach is to just start getting some of that acreage on the ground so we can create a diversity of habitats and increase odds of survival. So I think, recognition that there's a lot we still don't know. I mean, the sole focus, right, of the Water Board and their Delta Water Quality Control Plan is water quality, of which a big component is temperature. So there's a lot of money going into studying, how much water in order to lower or raise the temperature. Can we even control that? And is it effective? And what kind of impacts is it having on the species? So a big topic in California water management.
Well, and I thank both of you for your response. Again, I guess the worry that I have is that time runs out for the species because again, as we see with the count, with the smelt, and then, some of the runs here that, again, variety of reasons, but that, while we're trying to figure it out, then, you obviously you're able to, have the fish, in captivity and release them, but, read them there. But I worry that clock runs out and the species are gone and then we figured out what happened and it's too late. So anyway, thanks.
Great points. I will strip your title of doctor and back to council member Natoli.
Well, Thank you for the great question.
Yes.
So I'll move on if there are no further questions, and I apologize, I can't see you all very well. So in the next part of my report, I do want to provide information about something that's not in my written report. That's very much breaking news. And that breaking news is that CDFW recently reported to us that they observed the first nutria on Lower Sherman Island on a camera system in August, and they began trapping in October. They placed 150 traps and had over 80 cameras and removed 8 nutria on Lower Sherman Island between October 25th and 28th. So nutria, if you're not familiar with it, it looks a little bit like the rodents of unusual size in The Princess Bride. I think that's a pretty good visual, but they are an invasive rodent that is notorious for being hugely destructive of wetlands. And it's a big deal that nutria were detected and trapped on Lower Sherman Island because it's quite a large distance from the last place of detection. And so I just wanted to make you aware of this development. There have been no additional detections since taking those 8 nutria between October 25th and 28th. CDFW maintains a nutria webpage that I will put into the next written lead scientist report. But they update the recent detections on that webpage, and they are being diligent about updating and contacting Delta agencies about any new developments with nutria. Okay, so moving on to some of the items that are detailed in your packet, I just wanted to call your attention that there is a more detailed report out of the Social Science Community of Practice event in your packet. I did provide an oral update last month, and so I'm just going to leave that for reading material for you. And there's also a report out on the release of the Water Temperature Monitoring Platform final review report. Some of the things I will talk about in a little bit more detail are how plans are shaping up for the Modeling Collaboratory Workshop, which is going to take place in late February, early March. This workshop is going to advance the first steps in developing a collaborative open science modeling community. And we've been, there's a little bit of debate internally about whether or not to call this the collaboratory. And I think the challenge with that term is that people don't tend to know what it means. But here, when we use the term collaboratory, we're talking about a community and a set of open source tools for advancing integrated, transparent modeling to better inform resource management decisions. And the way these workshop plans are shaping up is that they will include plenary presentations, breakout and panel discussions. And through these opportunities, participants will curate a set of case studies for which a collaboratory can or would have made a big difference for resource management. They'll engage in opportunities to collaborate and discuss technology needs and the detailed components of the modeling framework. We anticipate that a big outcome of this workshop will be a detailed proposal for moving the collaboratory forward, including a plan to address funding needs. So I'll continue to keep you apprised of this effort, and there will be registration and location details provided soon. Another newsworthy item is that I did resume my Ask Me Anything sessions just this week on Monday on a new platform now. They were previously held on Instagram Live. And one of the things that we heard from the community is that there are a lot of scientists and managers in our audience who don't use Instagram. And so we made the decision to switch to Zoom. The Monday session was co-hosted by Henry DeBay, our new Deputy Executive Officer for Science in the Council. And we had a great discussion about science priorities and Henry's trajectory and how his career up to this point has really influenced his thinking about the science program. So we're looking forward to resuming these sessions more regularly. And then finally, in terms of the by the numbers report, there have been a few changes this month. You might have noticed that we got some rain here, which is much welcome. The Northern Sierra received 4.2 inches of precipitation, which is about 80% of the average to November 14th. So although we received rain, it's still low for the Northern Sierra. The Central Sierra received a little less precipitation, 4 inches, but that is 107% of the average for the Central Sierra. And in terms of the reservoir levels, they're all sitting in the 50th or so percentile for what is average to November 14th. Shasta is at 57% of average, Oroville at 58%, and San Luis at 52%. The Sacramento River at Freeport is flowing at about 89% of the 20-year flow average. And the San Joaquin at the Vernalis site is at about 47% of the 20-year flow average, which clearly is low, but it is a pretty big improvement, up from 29% when I reported to you last month. And that likely reflects the precipitation that was received in the Central Sierra. And then finally, for the combined Central Valley Project and State Water Project diversions, the flow is at about 33% of the 20-year flow average. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Laurel. As always, appreciate all of your information, enthusiasm, and for lay people like myself, I'm going to say, you lose me sometimes, but thank you for the nutria, the great descriptor. That's but obviously that's somber news because it sounds like it's a very it's not a welcome creature in our system. So I guess we'll be monitoring that. And again, thank you for the Ask Me Anything. Are those monthly, biweekly? How do those work? And the reason why I'm asking is because you just reminded me when I go out and I meet people who are out on the Delta, fishermen in particular, when I get off the train, I would love to direct them to your podcast or your Zoom or whatever session it is, because I think that would be another opportunity for continued engagement with some of our fish. I'm not going to call them fishermen, fisher people, fishing.
That would be
people.
great. Yes, we are, the hope in creating the Ask Me Anything is that it would provide a portal for engagement with the science program to audiences that we don't always reach. And we are aiming for an approximately monthly frequency.
Okay, good to know. Any other questions? If not, Beck, is there any public comment?
No, Madam Chair, there's not.
Okay, we will move on to item number 11, which is the Ecosystem Restoration Progress Review update. And for that, I'll turn it back over to our Executive Officer, Jessica Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In June of this year, the Council approved the Ecosystem Amendment to the Delta Plan as an update to our original 2013 Ecosystem Chapter. The new amendment includes recommendations, it includes updated regulations, it also includes problem statements and performance measures, and it really sought to meet the need for a comprehensive forward-looking vision for what we want to see on the landscape in terms of advancing the state's ecosystem goals for the region. This includes a restoration target of between 60 and 80,000 acres. One of the biggest challenges in understanding progress towards those targets up until now is that we have not had a complete understanding of how much restoration is on the ground in the Delta. So today, we've got representatives from the Delta Science Program, including Dylan Chappell at the table, who is going to provide an overview of a draft ecosystem restoration progress report that for the first time sets a detailed baseline to track restoration performance measures and inform how we approach restoration in the future. We've got about 30 minutes budgeted for this item. Thank you, Dylan.
Great. Thank you, Jessica. And thank you, Chair and Council members, for having me today to speak about this effort. So looking forward to getting into some of our results here. And right off the top, I just wanted to mention that this is built on work that's happened both in the Delta Science Program as well as in the Planning Division now over many years. So a lot of work of council staff has gone into what I'm going to be presenting to you today. Next slide.
And I just want to add that there is a copy of the slides available in your blue folder there in front of you.
Great, thank you. So as Jessica mentioned, the background for this report really, it's most strongly linked to the amendment of Chapter 4 of the Delta Plan. This 60 to 80,000 acre target, which to give you an idea, this at around 60,000 acres, that's about twice the size of the city of San Francisco, and about 8% of the total land area of the Delta and Sassoon Marsh. So just to keep those comparisons in your mind as we work through here. Those targets are set for 2050. So the intent of the amendment was to reach these targets by the year 2050 with a baseline year of 2007. These numbers were based on a number of existing science-based recovery plans that were essentially synthesized in order to arrive at these total targets. So bringing together, I think, at least a dozen agency documents to do those. But as Jessica mentioned, there is this gap of understanding what progress has been made towards these targets since 2007. The work I'm going to be presenting to you today is the first time this question has been answered comprehensively across ecosystem types, and we are in the process of preparing a scientific journal paper that will be submitted on that includes the results that I'll be showing you. There's also a very direct immediate nexus with the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee, or DPIC Restoration Subcommittee, which is working to bring together DPIC agencies to identify opportunities for operationalizing these restoration targets across different agency efforts, and also including both tribal and community input. So these numbers will also be used to inform those activities. Next slide. And taking a little bit of a step back, it's important for us to set the stage as to why we need these targets in the first place. And a big part of why this is the case is just because of how much the system has changed over the years. The map on the right is work done by the San Francisco Estuary Institute to establish a historical baseline of what the Delta likely looked like pre-European colonization. There's a few different colors on that slide, but the main one, that central one that really comprises most of the map, is freshwater emergent wetland, those tidal wetlands where you would get water moving in and out both from rivers and from the tides daily. This was the major ecosystem type that dominated the Delta. And critically, these lands that we're seeing here were also the ancestral and current unceded territory that was historically stewarded by Bay Miwok, Coast Miwok, Plains Miwok, Maidu, Nisenan, Ohlone, Patwin, Pomo, Wapo, Wintun, and Yokut peoples. So not only have we seen a complete change in what ecosystems comprise the Delta, but we've also seen a complete change in how these lands are stewarded. Next slide. And so this becomes important when we compare it to the modern conditions that we see here in the Delta. So on the far left, we see that same map from the previous slide. In the middle, this is a baseline looking at what the Delta looks like today. And again, lots of different colors here, but the main one to focus on is that light pink color, which is agricultural and associated habitats. So as many of you are well aware, we've transitioned from a system that is dominated by freshwater wetlands into a system where water is prevented from interacting directly with the land by levees that you see on the image on the right. And the land use is mostly in agricultural and other related land uses. This has led to a reduction of those freshwater wetlands that once comprised the majority of land cover in the Delta by about 98% estimated. So our challenge for then thinking about the co-equal goal of maintaining a healthy Delta ecosystem is, how do we achieve some measure of the ecosystem functions that would have historically been on the landscape in the context of a system that's been radically changed and will never likely support the full range of ecosystems that we would have historically seen. Next slide. And one of the ways that most folks are familiar with these impacts have been the species impacts on the landscape. So these are all state or federal endangered species that are motivations for restoration in the system. Delta smelt, Chinook salmon, giant garter snake, and Swainson's hawk. And so when we're thinking about the ecosystem functions, a big part of it is supporting these and literally hundreds of other species that call the Delta home, still, even in these heavily altered conditions. Next slide.
If I could just, Dylan, this takes into account alterations upstream though, because you have, most of the rivers are down. I mean, obviously the Casimus still flows, but so that's all that operational, whatever the weather pattern was, it all just flowed out, and I know there's other impacts, but so that's taken into account in this as well.
Yeah. So those historic landscapes that you're seeing would have been really dynamic depending on the year. That's absolutely correct. And we've totally tamped down that historical range of variability.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Because even you went back when it was very sparsely inhabited with native peoples. If you have dams in place, you could turn the land back and levees weren't there and so forth, but your system's been altered, and obviously with tidal impacts and climate change and rise and so forth. But because again, you could turn the land back to if you went back to 1860 or 1840 or whatever, but if as long as you control for the floodwaters upstream and for seasonal releases as well, the land is tied to the water.
Right.
In large part,
absolutely. And I hope the point was clear enough that, the real challenge is how do we retain some of that function, knowing that the system is completely different than what we would have had historically.
I guess my question was alterations, from the headwaters all the way to the sea. So
yes. Okay, thank you. So one of the key pieces for understanding where we can place restoration on the landscape in the Delta is elevation. So you can't just put any type of ecosystem anywhere. It really depends on the elevation. So we have on this figure here, this on the left is a map from the ecosystem amendment that shows the different elevation bands. So moving from deep subtidal areas, these are the heavily subsided areas that are up to 25 feet below sea level in certain areas. Shallow subtidal areas that are below sea level, but not as extreme as those deep areas. Those intertidal areas that could support tidal wetlands that are right around the mean sea level, and then the corresponding water levels in the river. A sea level rise accommodation band above that, and then upland areas above that. And the map on the right shows you how these different elevation types then map across the actual landscape of the Delta and Sassoon Marsh. So those white areas in the central Delta, that's our heavily subsided areas. The lighter blue is our moderately subsided areas. Brown is intertidal. And the light green, which isn't really showing up on the projector, but hopefully is a little more visible on your handout, is our sea level rise accommodation band. Next slide. So given that constraint of elevation, in addition to the bigger 60 to 80,000 acre target outlined in the amendment to Chapter 4, there are a series of specific performance measures associated with specific ecosystem types that we use to help guide our analysis for this effort. So the first type that we look at is those tidal wetland types, being sort of our charismatic historical land type in the Delta. This is where, again, you have daily inundation coming in and out of a site, combination of tides and river flows that's flowing through river channels. And so you see an example of this restoration in action in the photo on the right. This is the Bradmore Island Restoration Project in Sassoon Marsh. And you see there the heavy machinery taking down some of the outlying levees to allow that daily tidal exchange to come in and out. That water is largely conveyed through a network of tidal channels, which you see in the image on the right of the Dutch Slough Restoration Project in Oakley, where you see these branching channels with smaller offshoot channels. So these are some of the characteristic landforms and functions that you would see. These are important habitat for Delta smelt, Chinook salmon, and a number of other species. And again, these are found in that intertidal elevation zone, and the target in the Delta Plan is 32,500 acres that we're looking at. Next slide. So in addition to our tidal wetlands, we also have non-tidal wetlands, and these are wetlands that have no direct connections to rivers or tides. And the majority of restoration that we've seen in the system so far along these lines has been projects designed for reversing subsidence in those deeply subsided areas that we saw in white on the previous map. These projects include the Mayberry wetland, which is in the foreground of the image on your right, and the Whale's Mouth wetland, which is just behind that. Those projects are both on Sherman Island, which falls solidly in the deep subtidal area. However, the shallowly subtidal areas are also prime candidates for future restoration of this land use type. And these provide habitat for migratory birds, river otters, and a number of other species. Next slide. Our last category, which is a combined category in the ecosystem amendment, and so we've chapter 4 of the Delta Plan, so we've reflected that here, are riparian and floodplain areas. So these are areas that generally are connected to river corridors and are found along the edges of levees. Although interestingly, in the Delta, there's also plenty of areas where you find riparian type vegetation in areas that are protected by levees because of water seeping, groundwater seeping up in those areas. Projects along those lines include the Southport Levee project in West Sacramento, just south of us, as well as numerous projects in the Cosumnes River Preserve and surrounding areas down Highway 5 in Galt. And the target for this is 16,300 acres. So given these targets and these ecosystem types, if we go to the next slide, we can start to piece together how we determine the scope. So again, to answer this question of what progress has been made towards those targets we just saw since 2007, we first set a spatial boundary of the legal delta in Sassoon Marsh to reflect the jurisdiction outlined in the Delta Plan. Then we used data, we built on data from the EcoAtlas website, which is an online project repository maintained by the San Francisco Estuary Institute, where people upload information about their restoration projects. Next slide. When I say projects here, generally speaking, we're looking at projects that involve some type of active planting, construction, or other related activities to create new habitat. So we aren't considering areas where an existing ecosystem was preserved, but not altered to improve habitat condition. Next slide. And lastly, to get a look not only at what have been completed, but also what is likely to happen in the foreseeable future, we looked at completed projects, which you see on this map in blue. In progress projects, so where there's active construction activities happening in green, and planned projects which have a reasonable amount of project documents prepared that we were able to source acreage estimates from. And those are in orange. And a note about those throughout the rest of the presentation is that because those are not in progress, some of those numbers, particularly for the planned projects, are subject to change. Next slide. So drawing that information together allows us to get a look at what has happened out there on the landscape. And I'm noticing in this slide, there's some text missing. And so under phase there, that should say constructed. So these are areas that have been completed, and that's in the solid colors of your on the graph on the right as well. So of the tidal wetlands, a little over 7,100 acres of restoration have been completed. Non-tidal wetlands, over 2,700 acres, and for the riparian and floodplain, right around 700 acres. Next slide. This next one, and again, apologies that the text got lost in translation, but these are our in-progress projects, so where construction is currently occurring, just over 4,000 acres of tidal wetlands, 18 acres of non-tidal wetlands, and just under 700 acres of riparian and floodplain at 690. And lastly, when we bring in, if you can go to the next slide, when we bring in those projects that are planned, okay, good. Now we have all the categories together. So this brings us to a total of 14,624 acres of tidal wetlands towards the 32,500 acre performance measure goal. 4,238 acres of non-tidal wetlands to the 19,500 acre non-tidal wetland goal, and 1,900 acres of riparian and floodplain ecosystems towards the 16,300 acre goal. Another critical piece about these numbers, so first of all, it is clear that we have a ways to go, but we have made some progress, particularly in the tidal wetlands category. Another key point here is that 64% of the total projects that we're looking at here, with 88% of the tidal wetland projects, have occurred since 2017. So not just since 2007, the baseline, but since 2017. So they're really, really new on the landscape. And restoration projects can take many decades to develop some of the functions that they're designed to provide. So that's a really important note, is that there's still a lot of information that needs to be collected from these, that is being collected by a variety of groups out there on the landscape. Next slide. What we can look at this stage is some of the policy and other factors that have motivated restoration on the landscape. So our single largest restoration motivation on the landscape is mitigation for the state and federal water projects, which comprises about 40% of the total acres that are in the planned, in progress, or completed category. So this includes, for example, Lookout Slough, the project in the Cache Slough region that many of you are familiar with. Next slide. Some related efforts that are occurring under the umbrella of the Natural Resources Agency Eco-Restore program, which was created in 2017 to bring together a bunch of existing projects under the same umbrella, are projects performed by the DWR Delta Levees program to fulfill requirements under AB 360 legislation. So that's about 19% of the total acres restored, and includes the Dutch Slough tidal wetland restoration project in Oakley. Next slide. Other mitigation projects, including that Southport Levee setback project in West Sacramento, comprise about 12% of the restoration out there. Next slide. Category that we're calling green infrastructure, of which most of the acreage comes from the combination of completed and planned projects at the Montezuma Wetlands in Sassoon Marsh, are projects that address infrastructure needs and habitat needs together. So the Montezuma Wetlands, for example, take dredged materials from the Port of Oakland and use that material to create new wetlands. That comprises about 20% of our total acres in those restoration categories. And lastly, if you go to the next slide, we have a category of non-mandated restoration. So these are projects that are really purely for ecological benefit and uplift alone. They're not intended to require, they're not intended to fulfill a regulatory requirement or deal with an infrastructure issue. And so this is our smallest category at just 9% of the projects, and does show some promise for the future as far as where projects could grow to help us meet these targets. So the next and final slide is just a summation of how these results are being integrated into existing efforts. So at the top, we talked about the direct link to the targets in Chapter 4, as well as the ongoing activities of the DPIC Restoration Subcommittee. On the top right here, you see our adaptive management wheel from the Delta Plan. Another big way that these results can be used is to help inform some of that system level ecosystem restoration adaptive management that is required by the Delta Plan. So it gives us a sense of what's happening at the landscape scale. That information critical for helping inform decisions that different agencies are making moving forward as far as where, when, and how they restore lands. As Harriet talked about earlier, there's also a direct nexus here between the Delta Adapts adaptation strategy and the scenarios that are being planned, particularly for the ecosystem section there. These numbers are really critical for updating that baseline, so we really understand what we're dealing with in the present day. And then lastly, I mentioned that these results are being written up as a paper, and of course these numbers will change. And so as these numbers change, they'll be updated in the Delta Plan restoration performance measures on the website and through that tracker. So that will provide a running total building on these results that I presented to you today. So with that, I'll thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Great. Thanks, Dylan. I'll turn it back over to the staff, see if there's any questions. I actually have one, Dylan. On your numbers, the greatest percentage was really in the tidal wetlands area. So that looks obviously like it's going to be on target.
Mm-hmm.
For the non-tidal wetlands and the riparian and floodplain, those look like there's some room to grow.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's something that it is helpful to have numbers now around to be able to illustrate that fact. And so one of the things that I will mention, however, is that there's some limitation in using the legal delta boundary. Obviously, that's where the Delta Plan jurisdiction is, and so it makes sense to do that. However, what we lose out on, for example, is a project like the Big Notch project that's happening up at the top of the Yellow Bypass to increase the flow through there, which is going to have substantial positive impacts on the entirety of the Yellow Bypass, part of which is within the legal delta, but the boundaries of that actual project, as well as the lower Elkhorn Basin floodplain restoration, these occur just outside of the legal delta. So these are things that in our in the paper we highlight, and we make sure to bring those projects to the forefront. And I do think that that's something to consider as we move forward, thinking about how we tabulate these. Is how do we incorporate projects that exist just outside of the boundaries of the legal delta, but nonetheless have major implications for the ecological health of the delta.
Sure.
So if we were to include some of those projects, those numbers would increase. But yeah, I think it does show us that gap. And I think another important point about that is that the majority of that tidal wetland acreage really has happened again because of the mitigation required for the operation of the state and federal water projects. So those have a really strong stick, essentially, for why they have to happen. And those are based on the biological opinions initially consulted in 2008 for Delta smelt and 2009 for salmon. So it's one of the reasons why we have seen an acceleration there of those habitat types.
Great. Yes, Councilmember Natoli.
Yeah, just briefly, on our handouts, the right-hand portion kind of got clipped here. So on the last page where you have the Eco Atlas, what is the legend? You have all the dots, and I know you've got N equals 178 and 64 projects. So the colors reference different types of land use projects. Is that what that is?
Yeah, and so this was kind of left in as a back pocket slide. So if you can bring up that final slide after the thank you slide, so that our audience can see what we're talking about, just to make sure we're on the same page. Yeah, so this was just a snapshot of where we got our data from. And yeah, those different colors correspond to different, and that's not, that image isn't directly taken from our work. That's just a snapshot of what the EcoAtlas platform looks like. So yes, each of those different colors corresponds to a different, project type, essentially. And one of the main points here is that if you look at the top there, the initial projects that we were working with, there were 178 projects when we sort of limited our data to just the legal delta and Sassoon Marsh. As far as projects that met our criteria, only 64 actually met the criteria of analysis. So most of them are more easements, other conservation measures that may in the long term lead to restoration. So some of that will give you the opportunity to restore that land in the future. But again, we couldn't identify specific projects that met this active restoration criteria to match the activities outlined in Chapter 4.
I guess I'm curious, and you piqued my curiosity. Thank you for that. In responding to Chairman Dueño's question, that where it lies outside the delta, and so kind of to my earlier question about way upstream, if either in the Sierra Meadows or in if there's things in the watersheds that feed the delta, and likewise to the west, if things in the San Francisco Bay and other parts of the estuary that aren't necessarily included in the delta or Sassoon Marsh have a net positive effect. They may not account for in the column of the various land types, but I think still to your diagram, which showed that, from the sea to the Sierras, basically, I'm just curious, is there some ability to account for net positive impacts? Because again, because that kind of integrated approach to headwaters to the ocean, and obviously the focus is on the delta, so you don't want to get too far, askance on the work. But I'm just curious, will you take into account in your paper, or will there be some supplemental work that will at least show how that ties together? Because I think that's key. I mean, as we talk about climate change, the sea level rise, and the scientists reported a moment ago, I'm just curious, Dylan, what's the thinking, at least on the folks that are working on this all the time, like yourself?
Yeah, great question. I'm really glad you asked it. So I'll address first the question of the San Francisco Bay. So this really gives us, again, sort of the first baseline of synthesized information for the Delta. So what this does is it gives us now a jumping off point where we can start to reach out and have those conversations. So once this work is, complete and published, it really gives us a window and opportunity into being able to chat with people about this. Specifically, in the San Francisco Bay, there's currently an effort called the Wetlands Regional Monitoring Program that both Laurel and I are directly involved with, serving on their technical advisory committee. And so they are doing very similar work for the Bay to generate the baseline. They're specifically focused on wetlands, as the wetlands part of their title would focus, would indicate. But again, now we have the opportunity to have data that's really directly comparable with what they're doing in the Bay. A really notable difference, if you look at the pie chart, that final non-mandated restoration category, that's a restoration type that is really common. Actually, like the majority of projects in the San Francisco Bay fall actually into that non-mandated category. So a huge project like the South Bay Salt Pond Restoration Project, for example, is 15,000 acres of total potential project down there that isn't required for endangered species mitigation, isn't required for other specific green infrastructure. So I do think that there's a lot of potential and particular richness to starting to draw out some of these comparisons and allow us to share information between sites. I'll also, for some of the upper watershed connections that you mentioned, I think there's a lot of promise there. One of the things that the science program led earlier in 2022 was a symposium around adapting restoration for a changing climate that I was the chair of the planning committee for. And one of the things that we did is we specifically integrated from the headwaters of the Sierra out all the way to the marine system. So we brought together researchers, managers, and others working on these topics to start to identify some of the similarities and differences. So So yeah, I think this sets us up really well to be able to now move some of these conversations in a more quantitative direction. And yeah, is a good preparation for future collaboration that I couldn't agree more is really essential.
Yeah, and just one note, it kind of ties into to Dr. Larson's presentation, but if in fact precipitation comes in a different fashion, obviously system operation is going to be different potentially for flood protection and summer releases. But then if it comes in the form of rain and is held, it's not going to be the snowpack that gives you, some of the temperature variations that I would presume you would see with a bigger snowpack. You may be able to capture the water and to have it available for all the various purposes that are important, but kind of back to the water temperature. But I think it really is critical that someone has a kind of more global look at this. And, and I know we had a report here a couple of months ago about, looking to the impacts of areas that have, had, severe damage due to, forest fires, wildfires. And, not only the retardants that are used in the firefight, but also what happens with, sedimentation and, the ability for the ground to hold the precipitation, snow versus rain. So, I mean, there's a lot of factors, and I guess I'm encouraged to, just as a Californian, that we're taking, a broader look at this and science, along with folks who, manage the property, certainly the flood system, the, delivery of water, environmental aspects. It's encouraging. Again, a lot of work here and a lot of coordination that will have to come about. But if we're going to, I think, tackle a number of the issues that are before this council on a regular basis, but throughout California, it's going to require that level of coordination and an understanding, I think, as to, how we're doing at a point in time. And so this is a really good body of work. So this is what I commend you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Natoli. Yeah, no question, Dylan, this is amazing. And it really, I thank you for presenting it in such a way that the graphs are wonderful. I mean, it just truly sets the stage again for this amazing work, and to be able to see what is being done, what needs to be done, and seeing the road ahead based on this baseline analysis is tremendous. So yeah, I also echo Councilmember Natoli's comments, and thank you for this incredible work. And you, as I share in the public, I am very, very happy and very grateful to be able to represent this organization and this agency. You are another great example of and a testament to the leadership that is truly a sounding board for our work in moving this agenda forward. So again, thank you for your great work.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Council. Yeah. Indeed.
Well, thank you. We will move on to public comment. Beck, is there any public comment on this item?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have Chuck S. Chuck, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Actually, that's Daniel Zingali. I don't know why I'm showing up.
Oh,
That's
my
okay.
goodness. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Councilmember Zingali, now you're Chuck.
I will. I'll take the floor. I really actually just had a question, also following up Chairman Dueño on your and Councilmember Natoli's question, just for my own understanding of the report. Dylan, I think I understood you to say the relevant projects that are outside the legal delta, they show up in the narrative of the report, but not in the numbers. Is that right? Or some of them show up in the narrative, but not in the numbers?
Yeah, that's correct. So our paper also, in addition to the numbers that I'm presenting to you, has extensive descriptions and the best available science on the both techniques and expected outcomes, motivations for the projects. And so in that setup, these are the exact types of things that we highlight, the limitations of our methodology, for example, with that. So yeah, we mentioned these projects, we mentioned the general limitation and the need to, for future efforts to consider how these projects that, again, are very close, just outside, but how they should be considered into the broader picture.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Zingali. And for the record, I just want to also acknowledge that you have joined and you are part of our quorum. Beck, is there any other public comment?
No, Madam Chair, there's not.
Okay. Thank you again, Dylan. It is now 11:42. So I would like to propose, I know, you're all looking at me. Are we going to do an hour? Or are we going to do 40 minutes?
Yeah.
40 minutes? Okay, we will reconvene. Can somebody do the math for me? What time are we going to be back? Would that be about 12,
Madam Chair.
12:25? Well, let's say 12:30. Yeah, so let's do 12:30. Yes, Beck. Okay, we will reconvene at 12:30. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
I hear something.
Welcome back. We'd like to resume the Delta Stewardship Council meeting. We will now move on to item number 12. And this is the public hearing on proposed Delta Plan amendments, rulemaking to implement Delta Plan amendment regarding Delta levy investment strategy. Good afternoon again. My name is Virginia Medueno, Chair of the Delta Stewardship Council, and I will be acting as today's hearing officer. For the record, it is 12:37, Thursday, November 17th, and we are here today at the California Natural Resources Building at 715 P Street on the second floor in room 221 in Sacramento, California, to receive public comments orally and or in writing on the proposed rulemaking for Delta Plan Policy RRP1, which would amend the California Code of Regulations Title 23, Sections 5001 and 5012 to implement the Delta Levy Investment Strategy, also referred to as DLIS or DLIS. As of today's date, the rulemaking file includes the notice of proposed action that was originally published on August the 26th, 2022, after which a notice of extension of written comment period and rescheduled hearing was published on September 23rd, 2022, both in the California Regulatory Notice Register, the express terms of the proposed text of regulations, and Appendix P, using underline and strike through to indicate amendments, the initial statement of reasons, the documents relied upon, and the Form 399 and attached analysis as required by the Department of Finance. This is the time and the place set for the public to present statements, contentions, and arguments either orally and or in writing, or both, regarding the proposed rulemaking action. The proposed rulemaking action was duly noticed more than 45 days prior to today's hearing, and notice of this hearing was previously published and sent to interested parties. The rulemaking documents were also posted on the council's website and are available upon request. The purpose of this meeting, or I'm sorry, the purpose of today's hearing is to receive public comments on the proposed regulatory amendments. Council members and staff will not respond to public comments or concerns at this hearing, nor will the council members or staff engage in discussion other than to seek clarification of comments if needed. We will take under submission all written and oral comments submitted or made during this hearing, and the council will respond to comments in writing in the final statement of reasons for this rulemaking. The final statement of reasons and reasons to the comments will be made publicly and available on the council's website once it is completed. The entire hearing will be recorded by a certified court reporter. The transcript of the hearing and all written materials presented during the hearing will be made part of the rulemaking record as appropriate. We will start with the staff presentation and recommendations, then hear public comments, followed by council deliberation. I'd like to introduce our executive officer, Jessica Pearson, who will kick off this hearing.
Thank you, Chair. As part of the 2009 Delta Reform Act, the state legislature directed the council to recommend priorities for state investment in Delta levy operations, maintenance, and improvements, including for both project and non-project levies. The Reform Act also authorized the council to request reports regarding the implementation of the Delta Plan. And in general, the legislature granted the council broad authority in implementing the Delta Reform Act. In 2018, the council followed through on the legislature's direction by adopting the Delta Levy Investment Strategy, or DLIS, which establishes these investment priorities and requires that the Department of Water Resources submit an annual report on Delta Levy investments. Those priorities were further updated in 2020 based on new levy data and presented to the council in August of 2021, wherein the council directed us to restart the rulemaking process. Today, as part of that process, the council is conducting a hearing to receive comments, as the chair said, on the proposed regulation and to receive council direction regarding the next steps in the process. This hearing is to hear comments specific to the proposed regulation and rulemaking documents. I did want to note that I believe the Delta Levies investment strategy to be the policy matter before the council with the most extensive engagement and comments to date. So I want to thank all of those who have contributed so much to this effort, really dating back to 2014, and it's a better product as a result. I will now pass it over to Deputy Executive Officer Jeff Henderson for a presentation. Jeff.
Thank you. Thank you, Jessica. Good afternoon, council members. I'm Jeff Henderson, Deputy Executive Officer for Planning for the Stewardship Council. I'm joined this afternoon by Supervising Water Resources Engineer Aaron Mullen and Environmental Program Manager Eva Bush. And we have a brief staff presentation for you ahead of the hearing this afternoon. Before we jump in, I just want to just provide a bit of orientation to some of the materials that are before you this afternoon. I think materials that will be of great utility to us this afternoon include the staff report, which has an attached resolution, which itself has attachments that include the proposed regulatory language and the map associated with the Delta Levies investment strategy. Staff report also includes two attachments, the initial statement of reasons that the council staff prepared in accordance with the Administrative Procedures Act, and the economic and fiscal impact analysis that accompanies that initial statement of reasons, or ISOR. There's also a PowerPoint presentation that we'll be walking through today that you have a copy of, and I did want to make note, our comment period on the proposed regulations concluded yesterday evening at midnight, and as of that time, we had received 9 letters from local agencies of the North Delta, from Central California Valley Flood Control Association, from Central Delta Water Agency, from Reclamation District 551, Reclamation District 2029, Reclamation District 2037, Reclamation District 2044, Reclamation District 999, and from Mr. Dominic Aguli, who is representing several reclamation districts. So with that, just a brief orientation to the materials that are before you today. Next slide, please. By way of overview for today's presentation, we're going to review the background behind the Delta Levies investment strategy and the council's authorities that enable potential adoption of the regulations that are associated with the DLIS. We'll cover prior council actions related both to the DLIS and the Delta Plan amendments to incorporate the DLIS. We'll talk a bit about the levy investment and risk reduction strategy itself and the process used to develop it. We'll review the proposed regulatory amendments that are before you for consideration and are the subject of the hearing this afternoon. And we'll talk about some of the mechanics of the rulemaking process and then finish off with a staff recommendation, followed by the public hearing. And if we can advance 2 slides, please. So what we're asking of the council today is to conduct the public hearing that's been introduced and described, and that the purpose of this hearing is to obtain public comment on the proposed regulatory amendments to implement the Delta Levies investment strategy. We are seeking direction from the council regarding next steps in the rulemaking process, which may include taking under submission written and oral comments that were received during the public comment period and at the hearing, and preparing responses to comments and a final statement of reasons to bring back to the council for consideration at a future meeting where we would also be asking the council to potentially take action to adopt the amendments. Next slide, please. And the next. By way of background, as many of you are aware, the Delta includes more than 1,000 miles and the Sassoon Marsh includes more than 230 miles of levees, many of which were constructed during reclamation. And today's system and the uses that have grown around it reduces flood risks to people, to property, to water supply, and to the Delta ecosystem. Delta levees are built to varying different standards and generally require maintenance and upkeep. Levee failures could result in catastrophic flooding that could lead to injury, loss of life, and damage to property, infrastructure, and environmental resources that are important to all Californians. The Delta includes both project levees and non-project levees. Project levees comprise about a third of the Delta levees, and these are part of what's known as the State Plan of Flood Control and represent a joint state and federal commitment and investment. They're largely administered by the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. Non-project levees make up about 2/3 of Delta levees. These non-project levees are owned and operated and supported by state financial assistance, owned and operated by local maintaining districts and supported by state financial assistance, largely managed by the Department of Water Resources and Reclamation Districts. This recognizes the principle that Delta levees provide benefits to the whole state, aligned with what's known as a beneficiary's pay perspective. The state provides financial assistance to maintain and improve Delta levees, and the state budget essentially leaves the discretion to the Department of Water Resources and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board to determine how to spend money on both project and non-project levees in the Delta. Now, following Hurricane Katrina, the state legislature placed increased focus on the need for spending priorities to protect people, property, and state interests in the Delta, and thus create a comprehensive strategy to prioritize levee investments. These factors in turn influence the Delta Reform Act and the council's authorities granted in the act that lead us here today. The proposed rulemaking before you would implement, interpret, and make specific several portions of Water Code, specifically sections 85020, 85022, 85054, 85057.5, 85210, 85225, 85300, 85305, 85306, 85307, and 85309. These sections enable and direct development of the Delta Plan and establish criteria for flood risk reduction to attempt to reduce risks to people, property, and state interests by promoting emergency preparedness, by promoting appropriate land uses, and by promoting strategic levee investments. These sections include a provision for the council to recommend priorities for Delta levee investments, and we'll return to that in a moment. But they also grant the council authority to do two other specific things important to this proposal. First, to adopt regulations to implement the Delta Plan, and second, to request agency reports on implementation activities associated with the Delta Plan. Next slide, please. So returning for a moment to Water Code Section 85306, this is one I believe you'll hear a lot of background regarding today. This is one of the provisions of the Reform Act that directs the council to recommend priorities for levee investments. And it states, the council, in consultation with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, shall recommend in the Delta Plan priorities for state investment in levee operation, maintenance, and improvements in the Delta, including both levees that are part of the State Plan of Flood Control and including both levees that are part of the State Plan of Flood Control and non-project levees. So it does specify priorities for both project and non-project levees. Next slide, please. The original Delta Plan, as Jessica mentioned, was adopted in May of 2013. Chapter 7 of that plan was dedicated to reducing risks to people, property, and state interests in the Delta. The chapter included the current version of what's known as RRP 1, or Risk Reduction Policy 1. and RRR4, or Risk Reduction Recommendation 4. RRP1 presents the current interim guidelines for discretionary state investments in Delta flood risk management. This includes emergency preparedness, response and recovery, and Delta levy funding for maintenance, operations, and improvements. I'd like to note that the 2013 version of RRP1 does not define the terms maintenance, operations, and improvements. This interim policy establishes 3 benefit categories and 3 goals within each of these categories. And then the policy then expects that the Department of Water Resources, or DWR, will balance those goals over time. In addition to RRP1, Chapter 7 of the Delta Plan also includes RRR4. This is a commitment the Council made to develop a robust methodology to prioritize state investments in the operations, maintenance, and improvements of Delta levees to replace the current interim prioritization. The recommendation states that the new prioritization shall be consistent with the provisions of the Delta Reform Act in promoting effective, prioritized, and strategic state investments. It goes on to state that the priorities should identify guiding principles, provide a basis for public reporting, and be considered for adoption into the Delta Plan. So both RRP1 and RRR4 are components of our existing Delta Plan. Next slide, please. And let's go ahead to the next one. So I'm going to provide a little bit of background on where we've been over the last 8 years with regard to development of the Delta Levees investment strategy. In 2014, the Council and its staff began work to fulfill the commitment set forth in RRR4. We began developing an update to the interim priorities by engaging stakeholders to identify state interests, developing a methodology to assess risks to those interests, and developing levy investment priorities based on those risks. In 2017, the Council established a Memorandum of Understanding with the Department of Water Resources and the Flood Board. That MOU established a formal working relationship to administer plans and policies regarding state investments in levy operations, maintenance, and improvements. The MOU provided a foundation for an interagency work group that includes staff from both DWR and the Flood Board, as well as the Council. And this work group continues to meet regularly to facilitate and collaborate on implementation of the DLIS. Moving ahead to 2018, in 2018, the Council adopted the Delta Plan amendments, which included the Delta Levees investment strategy, and initiated a rulemaking process to amend RRP1. In 2019, before the Council completed its rulemaking process for proposed amendments to RRP1, new information was published by the Department of Water Resources that had the potential to change the DLIS prioritization, and this consisted predominantly of new light imaging radar and detection data, or LiDAR data, that would help understand changes in elevations of both water levels and island floors over about a 10-year period from 2017 or from 2007 to 2017. In 2020, the Council withdrew RRP1 from the rulemaking process to evaluate this new LiDAR information and any implications it may have on the proposed regulations. And since 2020, staff's worked to update the data that informs the DLIS risk analysis to include new topographic information and water surface elevations. We also worked to address concerns raised on modified preliminary regulatory language and developed an update to the Delta Levy prioritization table and map based on the best available information. And at your August 21st public meeting, the Council certified an addendum to the 2018 Program Environmental Impact Report for the Delta Plan amendments, approved updates to Delta Plan Policy RRP1 for the purposes of rulemaking, and directed staff to commence the rulemaking process that brings us to the hearing today, pursuant to the Administrative Procedures Act. Next slide. And next, please. So I have a couple slides just to kind of break down what DLIS would do and how it would work. And then we'll move from there into discussing the components of the proposed regulation and our rulemaking process going forward. What would DLIS do? The proposed regulations essentially would set priorities for levy improvement funding on the one hand, and then would establish requirements for DWR to report to the council and the public regarding where and why Delta levy investments are made. There's a lot of components to this proposed regulation, but this in essence is the effect. It would set a set of priorities for levy improvement investments, and it would require the Department of Water Resources to provide an annual report on those investments in addition to investments made for maintenance, operations, and rehabilitation. Some of the benefits of this, which we'll go into a little bit more deeply later in the presentation, it increases transparency and public reporting. To date, one of the most challenging things has been getting a handle on how much levy investment there has been and what it has been applied toward, because there hasn't been a centralized means to report that information, and this provides that benefit for the public and the council. And it informs decision makers about how strategic investments in Delta levies can and do reduce risk to state interests over time. And I think as we unpack a little bit more of the potential regulation, we'll give some examples of ways that we've seen already the DLIS is sensitive enough to detect the improvements to flood risk offered by investments in levy improvement. Next slide, please. How would DLIS work? And here we have a comparison between the 2013 DLIS priorities on the top and the 2022 DLIS priorities on the bottom. Those 2013 DLIS priorities are essentially what I described earlier as the interim priorities. And those 2013 priorities, our existing priorities, cover flood risk management, including levee operations, maintenance, and improvements. It considers all of these equally important and again expects that the Department of Water Resources will balance investments across these priorities over time. So the 2013 or our existing DLIS priorities are very broad in character, but apply to operations, maintenance, and improvements. As we move and step forward to the proposed DLIS priorities that are before you today in 2022, we're moving toward risk-based tiers for levee improvements, which we'll tell you more about in a moment. We're establishing operations and maintenance as a priority throughout the system, and then requiring an annual DWR report to the council to describe its investments in operations and maintenance throughout the system, but also to describe its investments and improvements according to the risk tiers that are established in the Delta Levees investment strategy. And it's important to continually for us to remember that this is not a new regulation. The 2013 interim priorities already address discretionary spending on operations, maintenance, and improvements. And I'm now going to hand it over to Erin, who's going to continue to describe to us some of the components of DLIS and then move into the components of the proposed regulation.
Thanks, Jeff. Can you hear me? So DLIS, you can't hear me? It's on. Oh, that's better. Okay. Thanks, everyone. DLIS establishes a three-tiered priority list of Delta islands and tracks for state investments in levee improvements. Maintenance and operations are system-wide priority. This map shows the physical location of each of the islands and tracks that are included in the DLIS prioritization. It would be included in the Delta Plan as Appendix P. The very high priority islands are centered in the areas with the highest risk to population, property, and water supply. Islands and tracks in the high priority category have levees that protect critical habitat, roads, and valued agriculture, while islands and tracks in the other category represent the lowest risks to state interests. Next slide. The proposed amendment consists of two parts. The first part, amendments to section 5012, would create a prioritization for levee improvement projects based on the risk to state interests. Section 5012 also affirms the importance of operations and maintenance to Delta levees to maintain the integrity of the system and to fulfill the state's obligation to the federal government for project levies. And finally, Section 5012 requires that DWR provide an annual report to the council addressing its funding decisions regarding levee operations, maintenance, repair, rehabilitation, replacement, and improvement projects within the legal delta. Next slide. Levee operation and maintenance means any activity to retain or maintain the intended function of flood control facilities and of existing encroachments needed to keep the system functioning properly. Examples of maintenance activities include mowing, tree and brush trimming and removal, revetment restoration, rodent control, spraying, painting, coating, patching, burning, and other similar activities, but does not include any significant excavation or excavation during flood season. Levee improvement means any activity that is not levee operations and maintenance and is intended to reduce flooding or probability of flooding or the addition of a feature that did not previously exist. Examples of levee improvements include changing levee geometry to reach a higher level of protection, increasing the height of a levee, providing riprap where none previously existed, and other similar activities. Very high priority, and other priority islands or tracts refers to the levee improvement priority tier assignments specified for each Delta Island or tract identified in section 5012. Next slide. The objectives of the proposed amendment include setting priorities for strategic Delta levee investments that maximizes the protection for people, property, and state interests, ensuring that the state invests first in public resources in the Delta levees with the greatest potential to protect people, property, and state interests before investing public resources in Delta levees with lower potential to achieve these objectives. Increasing public awareness of how state expenditures maximizes public safety and protects state interests in the Delta. Next slide. The anticipated benefits of the proposed amendment include reducing the risk to damage property and infrastructure, including the reduced cost to repair failed levees, reducing annual risk of fatalities, increasing worker safety by prioritizing the islands and tracts with the largest in-Delta workforce, increasing state water supply reliability, increasing protection for cultural, recreational, natural resource, and agricultural qualities that distinguish the Delta as place, improve transparency and public awareness of state levee funding decisions, and protecting high-value, non-tidal habitat. Next slide. The rulemaking process requires that the regulating agency to look at the potential fiscal impacts to state and local agencies during the rulemaking process. Our analysis showed that there would be some cost to DWR and the council in preparation of the report, and that there would be no cost or mandates to local agencies or schools. The cost to the council and DWR would be absorbed within our annual budgets. Next slide. As lead agency, the council identified the 2018 Delta Plan amendments as a project under CEQA. CEQA requires a lead agency to evaluate and consider the potential significant adverse environmental consequences of a project before the agency adopts or implements the project. On April 26, 2018, the council certified the program environmental impact report for the Delta Plan amendments that included RRR1 supported by D-List 2018. Section 15164A of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA guidelines, states that lead agency or responsible agency can prepare an addendum to a previously certified environmental impact report if some changes or additions to a project are necessary, but would not involve new significant environmental impacts or a substantial increase to the severity of previously identified significant impacts. In August 2021, the council certified an EIR addendum to the Delta Plan Amendments PEIR. The addendum concluded that the proposed revisions to D-List did not trigger any new significant environmental effects or result in a substantial increase in the severity of any previously identified significant effects, and the preparation of an addendum was therefore appropriate. I'm now going to hand it back over to Jeff, who will discuss the rulemaking process.
Thank you, Erin. So I want to go over a few of the steps that we've taken through the rulemaking process associated with this proposed regulation. The council filed a notice of proposed rulemaking, which was published in the California Regulatory Notice Register on August 26th of 2022. We then filed a notice of extension of written comment period in a rescheduled hearing, which was published in the Regulatory Notice Register on September 23rd, 2022. And our extended written public comment period ended at 11:59 p.m. I believe I said midnight earlier. Ended at 11:59 p.m. on November 16th of 2022. Next slide, please. And we have a few steps. We're at a pivotal point in this rulemaking process with today's hearing. We have a few steps that we would, should we receive direction from the council today, a few steps that we would take to complete the rulemaking process, which include things like posting the comment letters that we've received on the council's D-List webpage, preparing written responses to oral and written comments to include in the final statement of reasons, to present the final statement of reasons along with other rulemaking documents for possible adoption by the council at a future meeting. And if the council adopts that material at a future meeting, we would then prepare a final rulemaking packet for submittal to the Office of Administrative Law. And then the proposed regulation would take effect following OAL review and approval on one of, I believe it's 4 dates throughout the year that proposed rulemakings can take effect. Next slide. So prior to summarizing the requested action, I think we'd like to note that we've met with D-List stakeholders 9 times since March of 2020 to discuss the draft regulation, more than 15 times to discuss the revisions to various different aspects of things like fragility curves and island and tract levee conditions. Moreover, during development of the D-List methods between 2014 and 2018, the council discussed D-List at no fewer than 44 council meetings and held 70 outreach meetings. We've been meeting with agency partners at DWR and the Flood Board under the MOU for more than 4 years to review and discuss the D-List methods, the draft priorities, and the regulatory language. Staff has made significant and progressive changes to the decision support tool that underlies D-List, to the island and tract priorities, and to the proposed regulatory language in response to stakeholder concerns. In light of the council's statutory charge to recommend in the Delta Plan priorities for state investments in levee operation maintenance and improvements in the Delta under Water Code Section 85306. These recommendations are not directed specifically to any one Delta levee funding program, and the regulatory outcome of D-List is essentially an annual public reporting from DWR to the council describing state investments in Delta levees. Staff is confident in the scope of this proposal, confident in the information upon which it's based, confident that we're well within our regulatory authority, and confident that we've worked in good faith with stakeholders to address the concerns that we are able to accommodate while still accomplishing the D-List objectives and meeting our statutory obligations. So with that, I will summarize the staff recommendation for today before we proceed to the hearing. And that requested action is that staff recommends the council adopt resolution 2022-08, which would authorize and direct the executive officer or designees to prepare written responses to the public comments received by the council on the proposed D-list rulemaking, to prepare other pertinent documents, including a final statement of reasons, to incorporate changes to the proposed D-list rulemaking identified by the council at today's public hearing, and that council staff recommend or may be in response to public comments received on the proposed D-list rulemaking. To make non-substantive changes to the proposed rulemaking as necessary to affect the intent of the resolution, and to return to the council at a future meeting to present the proposed D-list rulemaking, including any such changes identified, and the related pertinent documents, including the FSOR, at which point we would ask the council to consider and possibly adopt the D-list proposed regulation. Again, just for clarity's sake, that proposed consideration and adoption would occur at a future meeting, not at today's hearing. That concludes the staff presentation. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Now we will return, or actually turn to public comment, to the members of the public that are here with us today and want to comment on this agenda item. I'd like to go over a few instructions. We want to make sure that everyone who wants to provide comments has the opportunity to do so. To my colleagues on the council, I ask that you please withhold your comments until we've heard from the members of the public. If you wish to provide comments, we ask that you fill out a blue speaker card. If you do not wish to provide comments but would like to receive notices related to the rulemaking process, we ask that you fill out the attendance sheet at the side table. If you wish to submit written comments at this meeting, please give them to Beck Barger, who is standing there or sitting there, and she's going to wave at you. And we will be listening intently, again, to public comments in the order that we received them and that have been, again, completed a blue speaker card. After we hear from everyone who has filled out a speaker card, we will hear from any latecomers or anyone else who wishes to be heard. This council reserves the right to impose reasonable time limitations on oral testimony and will limit comments to 5 minutes per presenter. If 5 minutes has expired and you are not finished with your comments, we ask that you submit the remainder of your comments in writing after the hearing, and we can give you the email address. And for all of you here, it's amend.rrp1@deltacouncil.ca.gov. And you have until 5 p.m. on November the 21st, 2022. In the interest of time, we respectfully request that you not repeat written comments you have submitted or will submit. Similarly, if you agree with comments made by a prior speaker, simply state that fact, and add any new information that you feel is pertinent to the issue. Finally, when you come up to speak, we ask that you do certain things so that the council, audience, and the court reporter may hear you, and so that your comments are entered into the record and responded to appropriately. Please come to the microphone when you are called to speak, and it would be helpful, although not required, to begin by stating your name and identifying the organization you are here to represent. We will now begin receiving public comments, and Beck, will you call those in the order, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have Brett Baker up first.
Brett, right over here, Brett.
And there's a button on the side there to turn on the microphone.
Good afternoon. My name is Brett Baker. I'm the council, COU and SEL for Reclamation District 2023. And I'm here. I was not planning on speaking first, but I'm here And I would like to incorporate the written comments of the Central Delta Water Agency and the basis for what I'm about to say. I'll keep this short. Thank you so much for taking the time to receive our public comment today. And first off, I'd just like to say, with respect to my comments, I appreciate the amount of staff time and effort that has gone into this process. But I think that this process has been fatally flawed, maybe from the beginning. Some of the presumptions or assumptions and approach to prioritizing levy investment in the Delta were unfixable from the beginning, perhaps, because of the approach that was taken. And I would like to request respectfully that you suspend your rulemaking process and extend an offer an invitation to you, Chair Medueno, and the rest of the board members to come down and stand on a levy with myself and my colleagues in the Central Delta, because a lot of what we're here talking about today could be explained in volumes of literature and has been over the centuries. But as it boils down to, when making those decisions, I think standing on that levy and seeing the conditions that we're dealing with, the ever-changing and dynamic system that is the Delta, and understanding the physical constraints, some of the logistical constraints that we operate in every day. We have the benefit, I guess, if you will call it that, of having lived in the Delta and living in the Delta. But, it's hard for an outsider to come in and comprehend some of these things with written words on paper. So we'd really appreciate your engagement. And again, I'd like to request that you suspend the rulemaking process and extend an invitation for you to come down to the Central Delta and see what we're dealing with on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brett.
Next, we have Dante Namalini, Jr., I believe. Senior, sorry, I knew there was a qualifier there.
The only thing good about this is that I'm not the oldest one in the room. There's somebody up there that's a little older than I am. My name is Dante John Namalini. I'm the manager and co-counsel for the Central Delta Water Agency, soon to be replaced, I hope. Anyway, we support your mission of trying to implement a strategy and priorities for levy investment in the Delta. We do not agree with where we are at the present time. We appreciate the courtesy of your staff. They met with our group of engineers and myself multiple times. It seemed like the effort was directed at preparing a model that would incorporate the various decision-making that would take place with regard to levy investments. We kind of thought the last time you acted on this that you instructed staff to try and work out some type of agreement with local people and the agencies. But staff didn't indicate that that was their direction. So we did not really embrace trying to come to common ground on an approach. Now, it's very difficult to incorporate the indirect impacts associated with flooding. I mean, and not to blame staff or anybody else, is you have indirect impacts of water delivery, water quality, to adjoining islands, transportation facilities, emergency evacuation, and a lot of factors that are in there, plus the physical reality that exists in the field to what happens with a flood. I mean, you may look at a map and you say, well, we're going to protect Highway 4 with this. There isn't even a district there. You have to depend on the levees adjoining it. You got to close the underpasses. You got to block the traffic. A lot of these things are pretty hard to get, virtually, in my opinion, impossible to get into a model. Now, the problem with the overall priority approach that you have before you is that it segregates investment in levees based on tracts and islands rather than objectives to be achieved. For example, those of us in the Delta feel that it was critically important to bring all levees up to a minimum engineering standard. And that would be a priority that we would embrace. Not to say that we ought to take money away from other levies, because historically, there's been a division of money and priorities have been established by redividing the money. In other words, if we want to foster something, we put more money behind it. The other thing that's major here is that urban levies have been lumped into this. The urban levies are funded separately. They're normally project levies in which the Corps of Engineers shares a part of the financing. And they have high standards. They're all at high standards. FEMA has required high standards. So the risk of flooding in an urban area is much less than it is on an agricultural island out in the Delta that can't afford to do maintenance. Now, maintaining Delta levees is not only spraying the weeds, fixing the holes, but over time we have settlement of levees, we have land subsidence, we have sea level rise, we have other factors. So it's necessary to be careful of the definitions. Levee improvement, which is cast in a separate category in the current draft, would preclude raising the levee in the Delta. Well, you got to raise the levee when it settles. And if you want to maintain a comparable factor of safety, you've got to address for those physical things that they're ongoing. They don't happen every year, but you've got to be able to go in and do it. And we called it rehabilitation. The other thing that's happening here is you're giving the wrong signal to the federal government. In the 1980s, we signed a mitigation agreement. The state did and submitted it, that the state program would direct investment at bringing all the levees that they have in there, and it's in my presentation. They've listed them and they show them, that need to be upgraded to Bulletin 19282. And so the state agreed to embark on that process. What you have here is categorizing a large number of those specific levees that are agreed in a flood hazard mitigation plan of the state to be performed and upgraded, that are now being left out of this system. Because what's happening here, this regulation is trying to direct all money into those urban levees where there's a population, which we think is already taken care of, and habitat. And that leaves these other levees out. So that priority says very high priority for this, high priority for that, and other. Well, those others, a lot of them are in the hazard mitigation plan. And every time we've had a major disaster, we have all sought, particularly the state, and I've been involved in a lot of them, seek assistance from the federal government. Federal government, FEMA pays 75%. These things are normally $100 million or more. It's a big deal. And we're going to be violating through this process or demeaning a lot of the levees that were agreed to be upgraded, which I think is a real serious problem and a big economic problem for the state. Now, I understand the rules. We're not supposed to talk to anybody about during the rulemaking process. And so I had the great vision of being enthused about the chairman going out to Bolden Island with the Met people, who I think is a very good thing to see on the ground what's out there. And I thought we could follow up on it. But regulatory wise, if you have your rulemaking process, it's probably impossible to do it without tampering on the edge of violation. Anyway, thank you very much. I hope I didn't go too far over my time, but I appreciate the few extra minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dante. Appreciate your comments. Next speaker.
Next, we have Dominic Gooley.
Dominic Gooley, licensed engineer and land surveyor. I represent numerous districts, 1007, 2024, 2072, 2039, 684, and 548. I'm also a trustee on Reclamation District 1614, which is in central Stockton and is an urban levy non-project. I've also represented in the past Bethel Island, Reclamation District 828, and also Bradford Island. I would like to point out, and just a simple statement, what I look at this is that you don't fix something if it's not broken. Don't fix it if it's not broken. And the Department of Water Resources has done a phenomenal job of administering funds over the years. I've been in the Delta for over 30 years and have spent a lot of DWR money. The very first, and then they do have priorities, specific priorities. Now, when I started my engineering business in 2002, the Special Projects Program and the Subventions Program are two different things. The Special Projects Program concentrated on funding the high priority islands, which were the 8 Western Delta Islands. Now, my very first reclamation district was Bradford Island, which was one of the 8 Western Delta Islands. And funding was available to Bradford Island very easily. Okay, and as the district, I was under the tutelage of Brent Gilbert, and we were able to get in a 5-year period approximately $10 million. And we took that levy from well below the HMP standard to up to nearly the PL 8499 standard. And as a testament to that money that was spent, a ship hit that levee many years ago, and it withstood it because we had rehabilitated that levee. So there was a priority back then. I took over for a man named Tom Roston, who was an engineer who had a lot of islands. Some of those islands are called the East Bay Mud Islands. It's where the East Bay Mud Aqueduct goes through the Delta. And when Proposition 1E came out, there was a priority to spend money on the East Bay Mud Islands. And when the solicitation packages come out, I thought I was really good at preparing solicitation packages, but needless to say, it was because there was a priority for islands that protect aqueducts. $70 million later, those levies went from below the HMP standard to well above the PL 8499 standard. And those levees are in tip-top shape right now. You can drive around them, two-way traffic, 30 miles an hour if you want to. Very little maintenance. So I'd like to point out that the HMP standard is a bare minimum standard. It's not really a standard, it's a template, and it's not really sufficient. PL 8499 is good because it takes into account the height of the levee and the depth of the peat, which is how we built these East Bay Mud Islands, and that's all what we're working to. So the priorities that we have in the Delta for the boots on the ground guys like myself was to first get up to the HMP standard. And once you get up there, and that's primarily raising the crown, and we always go a little higher so that we don't have to come back and rework the crown. And once you get to the HMP standard, you start working toward the PL 8499 standard, which is the same as Bulletin 19282, but it's a good standard. So the DWR does have priorities, and they do an excellent job through the Delta Levies Program and the Delta Special Projects Program of administering that money into areas where there is a comprehensive strategy to achieve a goal, which is outlined in the 1983 Flood Hazard Mitigation Plan for the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, which is very straightforward. The short-term plan, get to HMP. Long-term, get to PL 8499. I think it's very important that we do not commingle the urban levies and the Delta levies in the same thing. As Mr. Nomalini pointed out, the urban levies are all up to at least 100-year flood protection. So for example, Reclamation District 1614, in my opinion, is certified to meet FEMA's flood standards. So we have 3 foot of freeboard compared to the Delta. All my levees have no more than 2 foot of freeboard. So all the urban levees are higher than the Delta. So the Delta is going to sustain a catastrophe much sooner than the urban levees. And if you start taking away dollars from the Delta to the urban levees, you're going to be spending money on stuff that really has no benefit to the Delta. So again, thank you and good job, Aaron and Jeff, for putting this all together. I do hope that you will change your plans and choose an alternate that I think very simply, if you repeal Water Code Section 85306, should solve all the problems and let us keep doing business as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Next speaker.
Brian Brock.
Good afternoon. My name's Brian Brock. I'm with the Department of Water Resources, Delta Levees and Habitat Restoration Branch, which is part of the Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives. We're that DWR that many people have been talking about, and I appreciate the comments. DWR appreciates the opportunity to comment on this proposed regulation. We also appreciate our collaborative working relationship with your staff, as well as the Central Valley Flood Protection Board through our MOU working group. We support the proposed regulations, including the priority, emphasis on priority and value placed on operations and maintenance. DWR interprets the regulation definitions of operation and maintenance to be consistent with those that's contained in DLIS. We also met with DSC staff to confirm this, and we got the recognition that they do confirm this. We've also incorporated most or the most recent DLIS priorities into our Delta Levee System Integrity PSP, which is currently being finalized and will likely go out first part of next year. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. And I appreciate the collaboration.
Next speaker. Next, I will be reading a comment from Randy Fiorini. Good afternoon, Chairman Dueño and council members. I am Randy Fiorini. I am not. And first, I want to apologize for my inability to be with you in person today, as I am away and in a location that does not enable to log on into today's meeting. Therefore, I have asked that my comments be read during the public comment period during today's deliberation regarding the Delta Levee investment strategy. I was privileged to be one of the original members appointed to serve on the Delta Stewardship Council in 2010. I was privileged to serve as the vice chair for 6 years and as your full-time chair for 5. During my years of service, the Delta Plan was developed, debated, and ultimately adopted in 2013. As you know, the Delta Reform Act requires the Delta Stewardship Council to develop guiding principles to help prioritize the investment of state funding to supplement and enhance Delta Levee improvements. I am familiar with DLIS as I worked on it for many years during my tenure at the council. I want to reaffirm my respect and support for the professional service and levy funding that DWR has provided for many years. The subventions funding for DWR is an example of a very effective state program with measurable benefits. As you all know, the levy improvement needs in the Delta approach $1 billion, and the annual amount of funding available from DWR to allocate is a fraction of that. The Delta Stewardship Council has already approved the policy that will enhance the transparency and judicious use of the state funding for levy work on the Delta. The time for implementing the DLIS is long overdue. There will always be some lined up to criticize this effort because it will require greater collaboration and coordination about how state money is distributed in the Delta. The DLIS is not in conflict with past practices. It simply will require more accountability and greater transparency for the use of state funding. I offer my support for an affirmative vote on the matter before you today, and I ask that you move forward toward implementation for DLIS as soon as possible. Thank you for your consideration and at your service. Randy Fiorini. And next we have Gilbert Kosia.
I should have thought how far I had to walk when I sat over there. Chair Medueno and members of the council, I'm Gilbert Kosia with River Delta Consulting. I want to kind of agree with a lot of what's said, and I want to add a few things. First of all, I've been working in the Delta for 39 years, and along that time, I was involved in very important decisions regarding SB 34, which greatly funded the Delta Levees program as we know it today. And in doing that, we wrestled with a lot of the same issues you're wrestling with today. How do you prioritize the work that goes on? And we believe the subventions program has done a great job. As you can see that the SB 34 passed in 1988. And since that time, as I can recall, we've had 2 levee breaches in the Delta on non-project levees that enter the subventions program. And both of those were during non-flood times. So if you look at the track record of the previous 8 years before SB 34, 1980, 82, 83, and 86, we had a tremendous number of levee breaches. And the fact that we haven't had as many since then is a testament to the way the SB 34 subventions program was administered. So we met a lot of times developing guidelines on how to do it, and we came up with a really good plan. So I remember a lot of the comments you're hearing during this hearing and in written focus on the definition of levee maintenance, rehabilitation, and improvement. And we think some of the definitions are not as adequate as they could be. I think a lot of times you capture a thought and we understand the intent, but the wording isn't quite right. I think if we were able to sit down with you and your staff and develop better wording, I think we could hit the intent you're shooting for, but those of us that implement it will understand more how that will get done. So we've worked really well with your staff since the last go around. So I'm hopeful that we can get together and talk to them. Both Jeff and Aaron have been in a number of conversations that I thought were very fruitful. We just haven't come up with all the wording, especially since this last draft came out. Finally, I'd like to express is the fact that the prioritization ranking individual islands along with the requirement to not provide any funding to islands until funding is exhausted by funding higher priorities first violates the Stewardship Council's mandate to achieve co-equal goals. None of this criteria actually points to the co-equal goals. Risk-based analysis does not look at what you guys are charged to do. I'll give you an example. Reliable water supply. As we understand that the prioritization criteria consider the benefit of levees have on a more reliable water supply, but it does not include all the Delta islands that contribute to this goal. It appears that the prioritization ignores the long-held value of what was known as the Armored Pathway or the freshwater corridor. And that's the series of levees that direct water from the Sacramento River to the pumps. And it starts up at, Walnut Grove and it goes all the way down to the pumps in the South Delta. So all those levees for a lot of years were understood to be very important. In fact, even today's tunnel proposition is still a combination or a dual conveyance system. And that Armored Pathway is very important. It was very important up through Delta Vision. And then we got through BudPAC and then Stewardship Council kind of dropped out of vogue. And I don't know why, because it's still considered vital, even in the current tunnel project. And the tunnel doesn't go through. That's the only way you got to get water to the south is through that Armored Pathway. So the next co-equal goal, protecting, restoring, enhancing the Delta ecosystem. So all habitat in the Delta is either on the land side of levees, on levees, or in the channels, which are protected by levees because they cut down the wind fetch and the wave action that batters the habitat that's on these channel islands out there. So without the levees, no habitat would exist. Earlier in the meeting, Dylan Chappell showed a nice picture of all the elevations in the Delta. He showed the opportunities you have to develop tidal habitat, riparian habitat, that sort of thing. When you look at those elevations, those of us in the Delta agree you can do that. But then I also look at the white and light blue areas of that map, which show to me that if we don't focus on maintaining those islands in the Delta, it'll just be open water. You'll have a 200,000 acre lake or ocean out there. And that's where we're going to be heading, which has no habitat except for deep water. If you look at the evaluation of the levees as far as the rankings don't observe all the habitat that's protected by levees. There are a lot of wetland, seasonal and permanent wetlands that have been developed by private landowners or by the government, funded by government money certainly, that should be reflected. And if we're going to be protecting that investment, that the levees that protected should be improved. So the last co-equal goal I want to talk about is Delta's evolving place. So the agricultural economy is the driving force behind maintaining the Delta's place. We all know that. Therefore, although a small loss of agriculture could be bearable, significant loss due to levee failures will at some point lead to the demise of the Delta. The failure of a single island's levee will cause problems on neighboring levees and start a domino effect of levee failure or inability to farm. Now, I know I brought this up with your previous DLIS consultant, and they didn't understand how that happens because their scientists couldn't figure it out. Well, it does happen because we've seen it. If you look at Bulletin 192, that's one of the reasons they developed Bulletin 192. It was 10 years of study by the Corps of Engineers and DWR because this stuff happens. And so it's going to happen again if we don't maintain those central delta levees. Lastly, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I know we've talked a lot to your staff and to you, and it's been very fruitful, and hopefully we can continue in the future and come to a resolution because we think there is a validity in what we've done so far. And if we can apply that to what you guys are looking at, I think we'll get to your need to develop a priority without ranking these levies in risk-based analysis that's done so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Next speaker.
We have Tom Slater.
Afternoon, Chairman Dueño and council members. It's never good for a farmer to follow a bunch of brilliant engineers and brilliant attorneys with so much legacy knowledge. It's incredible what that knowledge of many years in the Delta can give you. And we're happy that you're listening to us and all of us. So I'll just read this because there's so much repetitive in here. We'll keep it under 3 minutes, Madam Chair, so you're not bored. But I agree with some of these points that they've made technically. We're all make as a boots on the ground type guy. So my name is Tom Slater, and I'm the president, excuse me, of RD 999. I'm also the chairman of the board for the Central Valley Flood Control Association, as well as a commissioner on the Delta Protection Commission. I also sit on the board of North Delta Water Agency, which has a play in this thing because of the freshwater passway that Gilbert referred to. All of these groups are affected by the D-list. My comments today, though, are on behalf of RD 999, although they align with most everybody in the room. So thanks for giving me this opportunity. Our main concern is with the priority system being identified here. In 2017, excuse me, the Central Valley Flood Protection Board update, they identified funding and operation and maintenance of the state plan of flood control system as the highest priority. It's already been identified that in the flood board update. The flood board is scheduled to adopt a 2022 plan update before the end of the year and is seeking to pass a new resolution at its December meeting to also address climate change and design standards and as additional elements to the plan so that we can move forward in a prudent manner. And that's important here. Our ability to rehabilitate levees to meet the design standard or pre-existing flood protection is critical to the state plan of flood control system levees, especially in maintaining or regaining PL 8499 eligibility. While discussion that urban and habitat are two critical areas of importance for the D-list, all Delta lands support some level of protection for both. The lands protected by levees provide terrestrial habitat types that support a myriad of natural populations, regardless of the identification of land as a natural landscape or that of agriculture. The language used in the D-list needs to better reflect the definition of levee maintenance, rehabilitation, and improvement. I believe the Stewardship Council will have a difficult time maintaining Delta's co-equal goals going forward. The prioritization ranking of individual islands and not funding islands until funding is exhausted by higher priority islands first will make the council's mandate to achieve these co-equal goals nearly impossible. I also believe that with continued discussion on this point, we can come up with a better definition that satisfies all of us that involved, all of us that are asking the same thing. One particular significant goal, and I'll conclude here, would be to have some language included that says the work performed under the subvention program should not come under the jurisdiction of D-lists. That's an important important thing for us RDs. And Gilbert pointed out the incredible work that subvention program has done and contributed to the safety of all the states. So that'll conclude my comments. Thank you, Chairman Dueño.
Thank you, Tom.
Next speaker. Next, we have Kristen Pringle. I'm sorry, Kirsten Pringle.
Hi, Commission. Thank you for your time today. My name is Kirsten Pringle, and I'm a Senior Environmental Planner with the Delta Protection Commission. We want to thank you for hearing our comments and all the comments of everyone who is here today. As you know, the Delta Protection Commission has been an active stakeholder involved in this process since its initiation in 2014, and we have submitted 7 previous comment letters as well as participated in meetings and workshops. We have asked, and the council staff has granted us our request to extend our written comment deadline so our commission can weigh in on our comment letter at our meeting tonight. So we want to appreciate you granting that request. And so in light of the fact that our commission hasn't had a chance to provide comments on the current regulations before us, I'm just going to reiterate some of the comments on our previous comment letters. Our primary concern, as you've heard from a couple of the other previous speakers, is making sure that activities, critical activities for the maintenance of the Delta levees remain under the subventions program and will not be subject to the delist process. And this is something that the commission, and I'm sure many of the other stakeholders in the room have heard from council staff is the intention. I do believe is the intention, but as you've heard from the previous speakers, there remains to be a lot of ambiguity around this, particularly in the definitions in sections 501 in the proposed regulations. So we ask that you work with us and also the stakeholders, especially the stakeholders who are out there every day on top of the levees, maintaining them, to make sure it's very clear that these really critical activities are not subject to the delist prioritization process, including activities to raise Delta levees to the pre-existing design standard. As also reiterated in some of our previous comment letters, we strongly believe that all Delta levees are important to maintaining the Delta and also meeting the co-equal goals. And we would really like to see a process that brings all the Delta levees up to the DWR PL 8499 standard, rather than having the high priority levees funded first. As stated by the previous speakers, the Delta is a complex process, but also, and there's different areas, but it's also very much interconnected. And a failure of one Delta levee can lead to a failure of many Delta levees. So we do not believe it is the best interest of the Delta and the Delta as a place to have this process that protects some levees over others. We believe that all levees should have an equal level of protection before we start focusing on certain areas. And I also heard a lot of offers today from some of the reclamation districts and other people on the ground to have council staff and council members go out into the Delta and actually see it. And we, as the commission, would be really happy to organize something for you to go out. I understand there may be some Big League Kleenex concerns, and we'd be happy to work with you on that. But I do believe that the best way to understand some of the issues is to actually go out and physically see that. So as part of our comment letter, we are offering to organize something for you today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Kirsten.
Next, we have Emily Papalardo.
Hello, Chair Modueno and council members. My name is Emily Papalardo. I work with MBK Engineers. MBK serves as the district engineer for about 30 reclamation districts in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta and Sassoon Marsh. Thank you for the opportunity today to provide input on the Delta Levee Investment Strategy rulemaking process. I actually want to also commend you earlier for making O&M the highest priority of this process. And so along those lines, I wanted to evaluate the goals that this investment strategy is aiming to achieve. Of course, we're trying to achieve the co-equal goals, but digging into that further, I think the goal first and foremost should be to prevent levee failures. Levee failures are a problem for everyone. They disrupt aquatic and terrestrial habitats, they have water quality impacts, disrupt agricultural operations, and are a threat to public health and safety. In light of that, I think just there's some minor edits that can be made to the definitions to really help reclamation districts continue to perform their essential duties of maintenance and rehabilitation of the Delta levee system. So within the definition of levee improvement, I think we should probably remove we should have removed the increasing the height of a levee language, or maybe change that language to any increase that is above Bulletin 192.82 design standard. So for example, districts such as King and Empire Tracts, they are listed as other in this strategy, have performed crown raising projects over the years to resolve settlement issues that they occurred over time, and they want to continue to meet their minimum elevation above the design flood elevation. So increasing the heights of levees that have settled or overtopped is a critical maintenance activity that must be promoted in this strategy. Moving on to the maintenance definition, language regarding excavations, I suggest to be removed. Excavation is a critical aspect of maintenance. Activities such as exploratory trenching are needed to address levee stability issues. It's especially critical to repair encroachments such as failed pipes or dig out those pesky beaver dens. I also suggest the addition of rehabilitation to the maintenance definition, specifically to include crown and slope repairs to reestablish the existing level of flood protection, to repair damages from storms, failed encroachments, or levee settlement. Again, I think before all other investments are made, adequate funding must be available to all districts in the Delta so they can work to meet that Bulletin 192.82 standard and protect the integrity of the whole system. I think that we all kind of agree that probably should be the highest priority here. And I encourage council staff and the council to work with the reclamation districts to develop language that works to achieve these goals and to improve the resilience of the Delta into the future. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Emily. Next speaker.
Next, we have Tom Zuckerman.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Zuckerman. I'm chose to speak here today as a landowner, in spite of the fact that for the last 55 years, I've spent most of my time as a lawyer representing with Mr. Nomalini, the Central Delta Water Agency, and participating in a wide variety of public processes like this one concerned with Delta levees. And I'm not going to get down into the weeds of this. I want to try to hit some of the highlights of the problem. My interpretation, and I don't practice law anymore, so it's probably subject to oversight, is that the legislature didn't give the Stewardship Council the authority to issue regulations on the Delta programs. They said make recommendations, which is the equivalent of issuing your opinion as to what things should be done. And I think that's an important point to make, and I think possibly some of the legal people representing the Delta will make a similar point. So the significant thing is that you've heard from a number of actual Delta people here today, and nobody shares your opinion. Nobody. The Delta is a different animal than the one that you seem to be addressing. It's a coherent system of levees that one depends upon the other. And without having an attitude or approach towards the thing to preserve the Delta system, you're going to lose the whole thing at some point because of the problems that develop once an individual levee fails and the water fetch and the seepage and everything else begins to affect the integrity of its neighbors. So it's important to approach this from a system basis, not saying we're going to prioritize certain sections or certain levees. You've got basically to do what you can to build a defensible system that we can defend. We're going to have the occasional flood. We haven't had one since the SB 34 program became active in 1988, caused by high water. We've been a couple of floods that have been caused by other reasons. So as we've worked on this as a system cooperatively with the Department of Water Resources and with the Central Valley Board and the other agencies, we've had a tremendous success at this. My feeling is that the regulation that you're proposing will interfere with that process by prioritizing money to go in only in certain directions. I've participated along with Gilbert Cosio and as a member of the Delta Levees and Habitat Advisory Committee since it was formed, I think, over 30 years ago. And that's the forum where we all get together with the Department of Water Resources, with Fish and Wildlife and the federal agencies, the flood control people, and we work out these problems and we begin to generate the idea of where the monies really need to be applied in the Delta to maintain this levee system. So my message to you is I think you should suspend this rulemaking process. First of all, I think there's a real question about the authority to proceed, but beyond that, it's your opinion doesn't seem to match the people who've spent collectively hundreds of years working on these issues in the Delta. My family's been farming in the Delta for over 100 years in various places. They started on McDonald Island, Mandeville Island. They farm on Terminus Tract. I'm a landowner on Ringe Tract. You know, we're kind of all over the place. None of those islands are considered to be high priority, I don't believe, in your regulations. But should they fail, you'd have an absolute disaster on your hands that ultimately would affect the entire Delta. So what I've urged and what we've urged for years is that you create a defensible Delta. Try to get all the islands up to the PL 92, 192.88 standard. Some of the other islands have other assets that need to be protected at a higher level, at a lower risk level. Most of them have other assets that can be applied to help defend and improve on those standards. But the agricultural Delta needs the historical effort that's been done here that we've all fought for, and the bond issues and the things that have financed it. And we don't want to see interference with that process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Next speaker.
Next, we have a virtual speaker, Dan Namalini, and it is junior this time.
Hello, can you folks hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon. My name's Dan Namalini Jr. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm an attorney for the Central Delta Water Agency, and I'm also an attorney for 5 reclamation districts in the Delta. I've been representing reclamation districts and have been involved in maintaining and improving Delta levees for about 24 years. I support the views of my father, of course, Tom Zuckerman, the engineers, and basically everybody who's expressed major concerns with the proposed regulations. You're hearing from the people that have literally spent their lives in the Delta. And like Tom Zuckerman said, we have major problems with your approach, and that we request that you understand our concerns and work with us in that regard. And in furtherance of that, I think the best and most important thing that could and should be done at this stage is for the council and its staff to continue working with Delta interests to develop priority recommendations in a manner that benefits from their extensive knowledge and experience. Beyond that, I wanted to emphasize a couple of points. First, it is imperative that in whatever priorities the council recommends, a top priority must be the improvement of the levee systems of all islands to a basic engineering standard. The proposed regulations only make it a top priority to maintain whatever levee standard the lower priority islands currently have. That does not go far enough. The existing levee standards for most islands are simply not good enough. They do not meet a basic engineering standard and desperately need state funding to help get them to such a standard. And as Tom Zuckerman mentioned, for decades, we've been working with the state and with their financial assistance to get to those standards. What you're proposing feels like you're pulling the rug out from under us. Even me, only 24 years experience. We have worked very closely with the state towards that goal of bringing all levies up to an engineering standard. And this really jeopardizes that. And I don't understand why you guys are pursuing that. There are many reasons why it should be a top priority to improve all levies to a basic engineering standard. And I'm going to briefly discuss just two of them. The first reason is that the levee systems of the so-called high priority islands, or the levee systems of the so-called low priority islands, actually protect the so-called higher priority islands. If you are a high priority island, you want to be surrounded by islands that have robust levee systems. For example, when a neighboring island fails, it immediately puts increased strain on your own levees through increased hydrologic pressure from the huge body of water in the flooded island. That pressure causes increased seepage through and under your own levees, which can erode your levees from the inside out, causing a levee failure. It also immediately saturates your landside slopes, which weakens them and makes them more prone to failure. If anyone on this council or the council's staff or consultants do not understand or appreciate how one levee system helps protect another levee system, then we in the Delta need to do a better job of explaining that to you, and we will gladly do so if given the opportunity. Priorities should not be made without this basic understanding, and I think we in the Delta are assuming everybody knows how one island affects another, but I don't think that's a good assumption. And we need to do a better job of informing you why you should worry about these so-called low priority islands. The second major reason it should be a top priority to improve all islands to a basic engineering standard is because it's the council's statutory duty to achieve the co-equal goals in a manner that protects and enhances the unique cultural, recreational, natural resource, and agricultural values of the Delta as an evolving place. Every island in the Delta, big or small, contains one or more of those values that the council has a duty to protect. Most islands have all of those values. The council simply cannot protect, much less enhance those values by recommending the diversion of all state resources away from improving the levees that protect those values to a basic engineering standard. The second and last point I wanted to make is that the council can make it a top priority to bring all levees to a basic engineering standard, and at the same time still create additional priorities for improvements beyond that basic standard. There may very well be islands that should have a priority to funds to get their levees beyond that standard. So all the hard work you put in is not in vain, but we need to get every island up to a basic standard. And it's my last sentence here. This is where the council and staff should continue to work with Delta interests to develop a priority system that makes sense, that is workable, and that does not result in the inadvertent abandonment of the values the council has a duty to protect and enhance. And like others have said, we would like to meet with you folks. If it means taking the matter off rulemaking so you can have those meetings, then you should do that, because there's some education that needs to happen before we go on a path that is going to harm us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Next speaker.
Next, we have OSHA Meserve.
Good afternoon, Chair Medueno and members of the council. My name is OSHA Meserve. I represent local agencies of the North Delta, which is a coalition of reclamation and water districts. And I too have been in the dregs of the D-list process for many years, and I can understand a desire to get through it and get to the next step. And I think that the council and staff and the stakeholders are actually pretty close to a resolution of the issues that you've been hearing today. But there really is a need to address these issues before moving on. I think you've heard from a number of different speakers orally as well as in the written materials you received, which probably are too much to read since they came in last night. Um, there are some key issues that you've heard about that there is a way to address them, but they should be done, and the rulemaking process should be suspended so that they can be addressed. And importantly, like you've heard a couple times, so that Delta stakeholders and experts can meet with staff and hopefully also with council members, and hopefully including some ability for some of the newer council members in particular to be able to get out on the ground and see what we're talking about when we're talking about the levy as a system and how they work together. I think we've been saying this for a while, but I want to emphasize that there's really nothing in Water Code 85306 that requires that there be 3 categories, or that certain levy maintenance be, or that certain islands be elevated above others. I think that the council is told to recommend priorities for state investments, but like you've heard, getting the system up to a minimum standard, which it is not yet, is super important. In addition, with the freshwater pathway and the reliance of so many Californians outside of the Delta on water exports, that freshwater pathway must be recognized, and it really is not in the priorities here. And the definitions need to be, it's again, minor modifications, but it's the kind of thing, if the council puts these definitions in place, they're going to cause problems for things like the levy engineers are telling you are common when we have some kind of small issue happen and it really is maintenance. But what if it gets put into, gets interpreted to be outside of maintenance, and therefore it is arguably subject to the priorities that are in this really static list. And I think we've talked about that in the past, but because the levies in the system is so dynamic, having this static list and prioritization like it is really gets in the way of being nimble and adapting to conditions as they change, which I know we're all worried about them changing even more quickly than we've seen in the recent past. And I think, looking at the levies as a system and having that recognition be explicit, and also making sure that we don't step on the toes of the ability to get FEMA reimbursement for if we do have a flood in the Delta is very important. Also, as I was, I just attached my prior economic analysis, and I'm sorry that your staff printed that out because it probably isn't worth the paper because I didn't have a chance to adapt it. But I did want to say, when I did look at the economic analysis that was prepared for this rulemaking, and I don't think it takes into account the full extent of the economic impacts that could occur if these regulations were adopted. And we do think it is a major action, not a minor action, because of those economic impacts. And also, upon reviewing the economic impact analysis, I noticed there's 15 footnote references for which there are no footnotes or endnotes, unless I'm missing something, and I'm happy to be corrected. But when I went to go look for those, I couldn't find them. And so I think that the economic analysis may also be deficient for that reason. So all that's to say that I think there's unanimity among the stakeholders that you've heard from today in terms of representatives of Delta interests that the rulemaking should be suspended so that we can address these issues. And I think we're all committed to trying to move things along and let the council get to the end of this story so that staff can conclude this, because I understand how frustrating it may be to be, still working on something that has taken so long, but it is really important to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you, OSHA.
Next, we have Melinda Terry.
Good afternoon. I'm Melinda Terry, the Executive Director of the Central Valley Flood Control Association. And I'm probably going to repeat things, but they are worth repeating that other people have said. First, I think the good news is, based on conversations that we've had over time with staff, we do believe we share the similar intent. It's just the wording that needs to be improved a little bit. With that, as was just mentioned, one of those things is to ask you to just suspend the rulemaking so that we do have time to sit down and work that out. We hope it can be done fairly quickly. And has been said, these levies are a system. As they fail, they not only increase the O&M costs for the adjacent levies next door, which may be high priority. Now you've increased costs there, but you're going to start getting more of an inland sea there as that happens. One of the issues is the criteria used in the prioritization is really missing some important state interest and priorities, I should say. So for instance, in the 2017 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan that the Central Valley Flood Protection Board adopted, a high priority there is the operation and maintenance of the state plan of flood control project levies that are in the Delta. That is their high priority. The reason is because that's what keeps them eligible to receive the federal funding for federal repair after damage. The Army Corps program pays 100%. The state is responsible for the lands, easements, and right-of-ways, but 100%, we can't leave that money on the table because of, issues that may be in this wording that could be fixed. It's also kind of missing a lot of the levees that are on what's called the armored pathway, which is for the water supply. And then back to those project levies, there's 7 of those levies, or districts, I should say, that are up in the North Delta that are not in your high priority or, wait, what is it? Very high and high. They're in the other 7. That's not consistent with the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. Investment prioritization. I've said this from the beginning, and I believe Central Delta Water Agency put it in their letter. There's a simpler way to really prioritize, and it's really already in statute, and that was the state making commitments in statute to invest in making sure levies are up to the HMP and then eventually brought up to the Bulletin 19282. And then there might be other levies like the armored pathway that others want to pay some extra to get it to a higher level of protection for the water supply. That would be consistent with other statutes and would make a little bit more sense and be a little bit simpler. The state liability is also really a big issue. And we've brought this up over time, but again, going back to those project levies, the 7 that are not in high or very high priority, the Paterno case did find that, the failure to fund and provide funding by the state was one of the issues, that they had liability. And that was $880 million lawsuit. They settled for $467 million. Granted, it was a big shopping center, so we don't have that in the Delta. That would happen. But the point is, it's really a big issue for the state, and it should be a priority in any plan that any state entity is doing in the Delta. And then I'll just end with the fact that these definitions that we mentioned of improvement and maintenance, we really need to make sure that the full definition of maintenance with the rehabilitation, restoration, the replacement, that's all just very clear. And there has been confusion that to the extent we can have the wording really reduce the confusion that does exist within our community of the that the subventions program funding and work that's done is not going to be changed by any prioritization happening here. And then actually I did have one more thing and then I have time, so I'll just add it. For the state report, maybe one thing to consider is to put a due date. I didn't see that in the regulations, and it would make sense if we could make sure we got that at the same time every year. I suggested February, but I don't know what the right date is to, look back at the last year and get it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. Is there anyone else who wishes to make a comment?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, hearing no request, I will now close the comment period on this agenda item. Again, if you wish to submit a late comment to be included in the rulemaking record, please provide your comments in writing by 5 p.m. on November 21st, 2022. And that email address again is amend.rrp1@deltacouncil.ca.gov. Now I'm going to turn it back over to the members of the council. And again, just a reminder that council members and staff will not respond to public comments or concerns at this hearing, other than to seek clarification of comments if needed. Would any of the council members would like to speak on the proposed regulation amendments? And I see see Councilmember Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just first clarification on the process, because I know that Jeff in his presentation had outlined what's in the printed resolution. Today, we've had suggestions that using the word suspend the process, but obviously there's been comments made that have asked that time be given for additional work with folks that represent, many of the agencies in the Delta, certainly are members of certain boards that have responsibility. So I guess I'm curious, when I hear the word suspend, there's a certain process we adhere to in looking at administrative regulations, but I guess I'd be curious as to if it was a desire of this council to pause, I'll use that word, for some additional time. Again, there's been a lot of work done, and I recognize that. So, but I guess I'm gonna get a sense about that. Does the clock start? Can you stop the clock and then take more time if that was the direction of this council? So maybe Jorge, that would be for you. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Natoli. So I'll try to answer your
Okay,
question.
sure.
We're in the midst of a rulemaking process, so there is a formal procedure that happens, and there is a time and place for the staff to actually respond. In fact, that's actually required. So there is going to be a time to contemplate, consider the comments, and provide a response. And frankly, even perhaps, there might be some suggestions or differences. But that is something that's yet to happen. The danger is because there is a record for this proceeding, to have external contacts and discussions and communications that don't form part of the formal rulemaking process. To stop it, I mean, basically, in effect, as I understand it, it would require to just completely stop this proceeding and then go back to the beginning.
So if I could understand, Jorge, because is there a set time clock, or is there the ability, because I understand that staff would be responding, they could make non-substantive changes, but also this council could direct from this hearing as to certain things to, ask that certain, interaction occur that would, try to, get to some of the points that obviously have been worked on. Some of this is not new, but it's still outstanding. So help me understand that, I guess.
Yes, there is actually a set clock. So when the initial notice went out, there is a time period to complete the rulemaking process of 1 year.
1 year.
So
and that started in August?
That started in August. And as we see, we still have just gotten comments. We're going to be getting late comments. Those have to be considered. There's further processes. It also involves the Department of Finance. The OAL is involved in the process too. So there's external actors. So that can be eaten up really quickly.
So maybe I guess the other part of my question, which is kind of goes to the substance of what we heard today, and certainly in written form, and we're still open for other comments, is that is entirely a staff response if it leaves today with the resolution as outlined. So again, some of the points are not new. They're still, at least in the minds of many of the folks that have spoken here today, unresolved. And so I guess I'm curious as to how that's going to fit, because if it's entirely on, to Jessica and Jeff and folks to respond, there still are matters, I guess, matter of in the policy arena here that are, a part of this rulemaking process, and, and staff brings their work and their best recommendations. So I guess I'm understanding, we receive this, we give to staff to respond, but if the response is well, we don't agree, or we see it differently, because again, some of the points here go back many years. The hat as the chair of the Delta Protection Commission, I know that discussion about the system approach and, and such, again, that has long been, understood and been a position of many folks in the Delta that, you're knitted together. So without getting all the detail though, so what happens, what role then, again, are we being asked to play here, besides telling Jeff and folks, you go back, look at all and put something in the record in response to it? But if we wanted to address some of those things as a council, where's our ability to do that, short of, I guess, starting over again?
So there is actually opportunities, Councilmember Natoli. For example, if for whatever reason, in response, having had an opportunity, as you know, some of these comments came in close to midnight
Oh,
last night.
I know, yeah.
And they're pretty
I-
extensive.
Well, and people acknowledge they were writing
So-
letters late and we were receiving them even later, so.
So there's going to be an opportunity for staff to take the time to really consider these comments and examine whether or not there might be a revision, there might be a correction if there was some sort of error. If that happened, that would reopen a new hearing process, excuse me, not hearing process, but a new comment period for people to be able to add additional comments if that becomes necessary. And then ultimately, it's up to the council to direct, how they want us to proceed. And if there is an adoption, that will be a matter, that's obviously not today, but the council members will use their discretion to just decide what they want us to do.
Just one more comment on, at least at this juncture. It seems to me that there's been progress made on a number of fronts. There obviously are still issues here and, and some of them that certainly I'll just say as I took notes and have, read certainly the staff recommendation, recognizing we've had hearings before this body on new data, LiDAR and so forth. But I think for folks that are concerned not only about some of the definitions, but, the approach of and again, it goes to the essence of it, obviously how prioritization is looked at and how funding is then allocated to activities that relate to levees, and levees protect everything in the Delta. The ability then for us or staff, if they were to come with a revision, so based upon what they've heard today, some of it may be new, some may not be new, that would restart the clock. And so is that something that the council would have the ability to say, we've heard comments, we don't know what all the responses are going to be, you're going to come back to this council at a later date with, substance around that and responses. But if the council heard concerns here today and we said, we want to maintain the comment period open, is that an option? The year still confines us. I get it. I'm just trying to get
Yes,
some understanding.
so there, we have actually provided additional time. So in the first place, we provided beyond the normal statutory time to make sure that everybody had an opportunity to comment.
And thank you. I know.
And then in addition, we've agreed to accept late comments. So we're actually going to be accepting comments through the 21st, as been mentioned by Chairwoman Medueno. And as far as the next step is, there's going to be an opportunity to staff to consider those, because we have to really take a look and weigh some of these things that you're mentioning. Staff will provide its feedback. That feedback may take the form, if I'm not saying I don't know,
I know.
but if there were any change made, that would then require a notice and an opportunity for people to comment further if there's any changes made. So there's just a process that's running out. And ultimately, as far as the discretion, it resides with the council as to what they want to do.
On the ultimate adoption. But so the comments that are here today are taken into account. I have no question about that. But then how they get accounted for in the deliberations as council, because we're not deliberating those today, as I understand it. So I'm just trying to get some sense so people don't leave here and say, well, proceed with resolution, we get in suspend if that's what we choose not to do. So therefore, it's a moot point. I guess what I'm hearing from you is not a moot point. So
there will be a final statement of reasons that will, if no change were made, there would be a final statement of reasons that would be submitted. That would include a comment matrix that would actually have a response to each and every comment that's been submitted. So there still would be something for the council to review.
Okay, and just lastly, but if changes are made, then that could result in a restart of the clock, as you said, or reopening comment period.
It wouldn't restart the 1 year clock, but there would be, if there's any change made, and it depends, there's some
Substantive
particularities,
versus
whether it's substantive versus non-substantive. It would depend on clock. One has more time, one has less time. So then that would allow people to comment on the change.
Lastly, because many of these comments are pretty substantive. I guess that's what my takeaway is, and that's not from a legal perspective. But when I hear, and again, I recognize, there are differences where people have landed thus far. So, okay, and I don't know if Jessica may want to respond to my question too. So.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to be clear for the benefit of all council members that, I mean, it's well within your authority to direct the staff to stop this process at any point up until the final vote. I would urge you to take a look at our written responses before you make that decision.
Good question. Absolutely. So we'll start with Councilmember Lee and Councilmember Smith.
So if staff take into consideration some of the comments that we've heard and make changes that are more than substantive, does that trigger the restarting of a clock, or does that just restart another comment period?
Anything that's basically substantive, anything, I mean, more than substantive, like once you really change the nature of what's in the regulation package significantly, that you get the longer notice period, notice period as far as entertaining new comments.
Okay, and so if we were to do that, hypothetically, does that keep us extending, having another comment period? Does that keep us within completion of 1 year from the submission date, or does that push us beyond?
It depends, frankly, it just depends on the timing, when those comments are made, like when the notice goes out. So the clock is ticking, and so there is that concern. And you wouldn't get a new clock simply because there's been some level of change to the proposed regulation.
Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Question along the similar lines. I mean, there were several issues that I would have specifically asked staff today that I would like to see a response to before moving forward. And so is that something that we as a council would have to stipulate to? Are we able to stipulate those questions individually, or would we have to agree as a council on directing staff for follow-up items?
The good news for you and the bad news for us is that we have to respond to every single comment received.
That's correct. So like we are going to be responding to the comments.
It'll be an effort.
I want to ask Councilmember Damrell if you have any questions before I take the ending part of this, because I have a few comments. No? Okay. Well, first and foremost, I want to thank everybody who not only commented, but also participated in this process. I also want to thank staff. It's very clear that you have put a lot of effort into this. And I know that we cannot comment on, in particular, things that were said today, but I was really struggling with that portion that Councilmember Natoli was addressing, because I'm feeling a little stifled and a little stressed, because I feel like we're not addressing, right? I want to comment, and I want to ask, and I want to do, but we can't, because my interpretation now is that all of the comments, all of this, which I do need to do my job, because we got these very late, right? I just want to know the process. I just wanted to make sure that I understood the process. So every question, every statement that was made is going to be addressed and answered by our staff. Once all of those are answered, hypothetically, substantive or not substantive, will determine the course, if you will, of how we move forward, correct? So that's question one. Question two is, with the adoption of this item, it's not saying that we're not accepting the comments or that we're not going to respond. It's basically saying we're moving this process forward to get to the next step. Is that correct?
Yes. So, I mean, there's two questions there, and yes, and you are into your latter question. That is correct, that we would be moving the process along. But I just want to be clear that the council, there's different things that could happen. If, for example, we take into consideration the comments, staff recommends some sort of, or does some change to the regulations that again would trigger a comment period, and then maybe you look at something different. Alternatively, if you were to come back at the hearing for adoption, and there's a final statement of reasons, you're going to have the responses from staff. Well, at the end of the day, it's the direction that you all as the council members will be giving us.
But we don't
and
know,
there's many different directions that can go.
and we don't know when that's going to come back to this council, correct?
At this point in time, we don't have a set date. It just depends on the breadth of the comments, how long it's going to take staff to respond. We're trying to, we
How
are
many
obviously.
court actions are filed in the next few months?
Yeah, exactly. But I will say we are trying to work expeditiously, mindful of the 1 year limit. So to also take into consideration that there are changes going to start, and more comment periods set.
You know, I also want to just make a couple of key clarifications for me too. And it's been said, there's, I think, maybe just some clarifications, if you will. And I'm looking at you, Jeff, right? There's maybe some clarifications that need to be made. But I heard you very clearly. There is no centralized system right now, correct? For how this process, if you will, and how investments are made. So I hear that, but I also hear, I don't see how and where or why we would want to jeopardize anything that would provide funding for any kind of levy investment. And trust me, I've been out there a few times. I think I need to be out there some more. I take the invitation freely, and I think that my council members here would take that invitation freely, because if we have no levies, we have no delta. I mean, that's just as plain is. So I'm energized. I am affirmed that we will do right. We will do right by the people of the Delta. We will do right by the Delta, by whatever authority we are given. And I think somebody said, you know, you all just have, again, you can make a recommendation, but you have no authority. I guess I also wanted to get clarification on that.
You're speaking about our staff?
Correct. In terms of the ranking or the prioritization.
I think that would be a clear question for Jeff.
Could I just get clarification on that?
I think the authority question, I'm actually going to hunt back to legal, but in terms of whether the statute specifically says a ranking or tiered system, the statute does not, but that's a decision that was reached and an approach developed long ago in this process. And in fact, also vetted and reviewed through an independent review by the Delta Science Program. So, I mean, no statute doesn't call for an island by island prioritization, but we feel we're on very firm ground to advance that proposal because of the different machinations that's been through to this point.
And to also specifically answer your question with respect to authority, I mean, there's several statutes. There's many bases for authority as to the rulemaking and the council's authority in this area. You know, there's a presidential decision that recognizes the broad discretion of this council to make to basically help affect the co-equal goals in the Delta Plan. Also, specifically, 853005 and 85306 speak specifically to levies, and 85306 does talk about recommending the Delta Plan priorities for state investments and levy operation, maintenance, and improvements in the Delta, including both levies that are part of the state plan of flood control and non-project levies. So it's just right here. What you're seeing is an expression of the staff of how to basically make sure you implement that for the council.
Thank you. So I guess I'm more eager now to want to see responses to everything that was addressed, both today in public comment as well as in written submissions. And so I'm almost of the opinion that we need to move this forward so that we can get that feedback and that we can respond in the next meeting. At least that's the way that I am interpreting it. So you have a lot of work ahead, is all I can say. And again, I want to thank you, Jeff, Aaron. It's not easy. I absolutely know that this is, again, this is not easy work, but again, a lot of key points were raised today, and I want to see, again, the responses to those questions that were being asked.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think that said, and with great appreciation to those of you who have been participating in this very long and very important process, and we appreciate you and do respect the time that has been invested, and definitely do want to be able to process responses to the very important concerns you raised today. And the way to do that is to move forward continue with the process. And so I'd like to move that the council adopt resolution 2022-08, which would authorize and direct the executive officer or designee to 1, prepare written responses, 2, prepare other pertinent documents, 3, incorporate changes identified by the council. We have not given any because we're respecting the process and would like to hear those responses. At present, make only non-substantive changes and then return to the council at a later date for further conversation.
Jeff, do you also, we have a motion.
I'm concerned that we're going to just get the response from the staff without any review by council. And I want to see council review whatever we get from the staff. And I think that's
We
extremely
consider
important.
the council part of the staff, so don't worry about that.
Well,
That's a
I
certainty.
know that, but I want to see council to make comment on the staff report.
I'm sorry, Judge, do you mean chief counsel or council? I'm sorry. I'm not
Well,
clear.
I'm talking about you.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought you might be meaning that,
Yeah,
but I just wanted to be clear as
that's what
opposed
I
to
had
the
in
council.
mind,
So,
and I think that's a very
and
important-
and Your Honor, I will say that I will absolutely work in hand, and they always do consult to make sure that they get legal guidance on everything they do.
Before we take a second, and again, for the record, it's been moved by Councilmember Smith to move forward with resolution 2022-08. Jeff, did you want to review for the record again a summary of how this is going to move forward?
I'll do my best,
Okay.
given
Okay.
the conversation that we've had to this point. Should the council approve the resolution today, we will be taking under advisement all of those comments received prior to the deadline last night and any received prior to the close of the hearing today. We'll also, as Ms. Pringle mentioned, we've extended a later deadline to the Delta Protection Commission so that they can approve, so the board can approve the staff's letter at tonight's meeting. So we'll be taking all of those into advisement that we received by the close of business.
And all
to the
others.
21st.
And to the 21st.
All others to the 21st.
And all others to the 21st. We will be preparing written responses to those comments, which is one of the requirements of the Administrative Procedures Act. Those written responses will appear in a final statement of reasons. In preparing those responses, we will prepare staff level responses, consult with our legal counsel to ensure the adequacy of those responses before they're released. Those would then be released and the subject of another council meeting, at which time we would be asking the council to approve the proposed regulations, inclusive of any changes that staff makes in response to those comments. Should we make such changes, that would potentially trigger an additional either 15-day or longer review, depending on the substantive character of those changes. So if the less substantive changes require the shorter review, the more substantive changes would kick us into a different procedure.
And by review, that's an opportunity for the public to look at the change and comment.
Okay.
So can I ask one other clarifying question?
Absolutely.
So adopting the resolution doesn't preclude having another open comment period and making more substantive changes, correct?
It does not. In fact, if there were, as I understand what Jeff said, if that happens, then that's a potential depending on and taking into consideration everything that's been provided by all the commenters.
Thank you.
Councilmember Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So part of the commentary here today was asking for opportunity to meet with staff. Now, again, there's a lot of comments to be responded to, and I appreciate that's going to be a pretty heavy workload. But is staff or council members, are they precluded from, we've had invitations to certainly as a council, and that would require certain logistics to go out and actually, and some of us have, many of us probably have, been there from time to time, but I think to have some visuals of what was being talked about as relates to systems and those that may be of a certain priority rank. But is staff restricted in any way at close the comment period on the 21st from having any further discussions? Because it sounded like there'd been good work. I don't sound like there has been good work that's occurred even over, since the August announcement, or when comment period closes on 21st and staff is, kind of sequestered to have to just go respond, or how does that work, I guess? And maybe
I will say this, the reason the comment period is important is because there is going to be a record that's being prepared. There's a court reporter today, everything's being written and transcribed so that, if there ever is an issue, you have a place where, every single, comment, statement, point made is recorded. And the danger with what you suggest, Councilmember Natoli, is that obviously you're out in the Delta, there's not going to be a court reporter following you around.
Yeah, right.
And it's really is critical for the process to make sure that the comments are going to be taken into account, are presented. And I would encourage folks, if they feel that they haven't captured all the comments in their writings, that we still have a little bit more time to make sure they raise everything that should be brought to the attention of the council by the 21st.
Okay, so, but any opportunity for a collaborative kind of work, roll up your sleeve session is going to, because of the way the process is outlined here, that's going to be closed off.
Insofar as this rulemaking?
No, that's
I mean, because obviously, council members live in the Delta. There's going to be
Yeah.
people out in the Delta having conversations, a lot of stakeholder here. But insofar as we're talking about the rulemaking process, we just have to be careful.
Chair Madueña, this is Daniel.
Yes, I'm sorry, Daniel. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Out of sight.
that's okay. I understand. I have a clarifying question. So does the suggestion that we pause the rulemaking process fall into the category of issues we don't discuss, respond to, or hear from staff on, and in the bucket of things that we will then hear from staff on when they respond to all the comments? Or is that in a category of its own, since I guess what I thought I was hearing is a suggestion that we do that today?
I'm not sure I quite understood the question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So there have been suggestions to pause the rulemaking process. And I, for one, would like to hear staff's response to that, the pluses, the minuses response to that. But I guess we're under a restriction now that we can't hear about that today, even though I feel like we're making a decision about whether or not to pause the rulemaking process today.
Well, I think that, how do I respond to this? We're here today having this hearing because the council asked us to. So, unfortunately, there's been some change on the council since that time and since the time we started this. So I understand that that may not be clear, but in August 2021, the council, decided to move forward with the policy substance of the Delta Levy investment strategy. The next step from that is the rulemaking process. That's to prepare language that would implement the policy. So the purpose of today's hearing and the comment period is to ensure that the language properly implements the policy that the council has asked us to move forward with. So, that seems somewhat technical, and we heard today much more far-reaching comments than that. Essentially, there are a lot of people who would want us to start over. I mean, that's what we heard, right? We also heard comments that just want us to tweak definitions. In fact, in 2018, when we began the rulemaking process last on this, the council directed the staff to have substantive discussions with Delta stakeholders on the definitions, and we have spent hours on those definitions, including with our partners at DWR and with the flood board. And so what we have in the draft rulemaking is the culmination of all those conversations. So that doesn't mean that we wouldn't go back and say, hey, maybe we do need to change this, but I guess I just want to assure you that a lot of thought has gone into that thus far. So there could be a decision today, Councilmember Zingali, for the council to say, yes, let's stop. We don't think we like this, so we need to start over. But I think what you're hearing from staff is give us the chance to process the comments, give us the chance to respond to the comments, and then decide whether we've satisfied you in that process. And if not, then in February or March or whenever we come back, then we can have that discussion about, do we need to have more time? Do we need to make additional changes? Do we need to restart the clock?
And I'll also say that there is no, as I understand, there is no pause button insofar as that 1 year time period that, we can just on our own decide to kind of stop it, time out. So we would still be under the clock. And secondly, I just want to reiterate that the purpose of today and the purpose of that, over 45-day period was truly to get let the public speak and let the public give their comments and give us the information that they want us to consider. So.
Thank you. With that clarification, I would like to second the motion to adopt resolution 2022-08.
Well, sure.
Don, you need to come to get on the record on.
Let's say after the staff comes back with their responses, and let's say they're not responsive to board view, and the board wanted to make a change. Can they then make a change, or does that start a whole new process?
I'll tell you this, that whatever the council directs us to do, that's what we're going to do. That's their discretion, their priority.
Okay, thank
so
you
we
very
will be
much.
taking whatever action they want us.
We're not there yet, but thank you for that for that question.
Do I also
Yeah.
say that as far as the time clock, that's within statute, so that's different from the discretion of the council.
The substantive direction, one thing, the procedural
What I'm
means
concerned about,
another.
Oh,
what I'm concerned about, hold on a second. What
Should
I'm
we put
concerned about
the judge's
is when,
microphone
oh, here we
close-
go.
a little bit
Oh,
Is the fact that there are, well, how you interpret it, but there are statements in the record now which indicate that we don't have the authority to do what you say we're going to do. That bothers me. I mean, when they say I don't have authority, then I want to find out why I don't have authority. And if I don't have authority, that's a different ballgame. But I think that's critical to our deliberation. So I don't know how you get into that, but I think that's important for us to reach that conclusion. That we either have authority. If we don't have, if we do have authority, we have authority. But that's very, very important.
I will tell you that it's the opinion of a legal counsel for the stewardship council that we're well within their authority to proceed with this rulemaking. That's due to the specific statutes in the water code, but also the precedential decision that's been issued.
Then I just want to review this record.
And I'll also say that in the initial statement of reasons, final statement of reasons, there is a discussion of authority as well.
Right.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that clarification. Again, it's been moved by Councilmember Smith, and we received a second by Councilmember Zingali. Beck, I will ask you for a vote.
I'd like to speak to the motion, Madam Chair, if I could.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, I was, just real quickly, so understand the motion on the floor. And I think it's been sufficiently explained that obviously the discretion still is vested with this council.
Yes.
I do want to say for the record that if this comes back in February or March, I will not be the member of the commission sitting here. You will have a new chair, probably effective this evening and effective come January. I know this has been a long process, and I think to Jessica's point, there has been obviously some turnover on this council. But I think that I want to say again for the record that there are some very relevant points, and I know our staff has worked very hard. I've, certainly over the last couple of years since I've been seated on the council, but over a number of years have followed this discussion. And again, it's one that obviously has a number of moving parts. But I think I wanted to speak very quickly, Madam Chair. You touched on in your comments that levies are critical to everything we know about the Delta, just about, and I think it's going to be imperative for this council and its ongoing work, working with all the various agencies to do our best to see to it that there's not some diminution of the ability for the partners and the folks on the ground to work with the funders and the regulators to see to it that the levies are maintained in a way that provides a level of protection for all the things that are the values. And so that's really, really important. I do think we owe it to folks, as much as some folks would like us to suspend the activity here today and, whether start over or, portray it however you want. I think getting responses, and I certainly believe our staff will do that. But I guess I would just make my last comment that this council will still have the discretion at the end of the day, whenever that is, next spring, and again, staff will give us their best recommendation. But if there's concerns about the premises or about the substantive issues that have been raised here and will continue through the course of the comment period, then I think that's important for the council. Then at that juncture, after hearing that, I guess the last thing I would say is that the invitation's been made, and whether it's in the rulemaking process or tied to this particular effort, I think there's great value. And you said, Madam Chair, and I know others have alluded to it, for this council, as we did last spring when we went and took a tour of the Delta, get an opportunity certainly to talk with the local folks, talk with the professionals in both the private and public sector, and to get a chance to see for ourselves, what some of the concerns have been portrayed, but also the efforts that go on that really do, I think, make a difference in the things that we all want to protect and enhance. The folks in this room and many others are part of that effort. So I would just encourage, this council and certainly our staff over time to make arrangements to get out there and actually take advantage of those invitations. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Natoli. Again, we are now at the vote process. So Beck, will you please lead us in the vote?
Yes, Madam Chair. Councilmember Damrell.
Question. Got it?
She's calling the vote.
Damrell, aye.
Councilmember Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Natoli.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Aye.
Councilmember Zingale.
Aye.
Chairman Dueño.
Aye. Again, thank you to all the participants and all the attendees for coming today. This item is now closed. We will now move on to the next item, which is preparation for the next council meeting. And again, because of the Christmas holiday, our next council meeting will be scheduled for December 15th, 16th here at the CNRA headquarters. And again, please refer to the posted meeting notice 10 days prior to the meeting. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.